All right, everybody, welcome in as we have our first case for Shadow Streets. As I press buttons in the background here, and we'll slowly bring up our cluster of individuals. Welcome, everybody. This is Shadow Streets. Over a year ago, I started with a simple chat-based role-playing where I actually had the people in chat playing characters and dealing with stream lag.
Yeah, look at this!
I forgot to turn the sound effects on.
Here's the guy there just in the nick of time!
It reminded me.
What does that make us? Big damn heroes, sir! Ain't
There we
we
go.
just?
Alright. And it was done with people in chat. And it was interesting, and we had to deal with, we literally did, okay, everyone do a time, what's the stream delay? Okay, it's 10 seconds, so I'd ask a question, wait 10 seconds for chat to catch up. So it wasn't the most progressive, but it was kind of cool that we introduced people in chat playing the game and typing in what they wanted to do. A little slow at times, but it was not a bad start. Then I did play with the D20 modern system briefly, but it didn't continue that far because we had stuff going on at the time, and that was going to be the evolution of the game. It actually being a role-playing thing. So it is back, and we are using the fast-paced Savage Worlds system in Fantasy Grounds, and that is going to be our staple, which is good and bad, which means if our characters die, then they can make new ones real fast. But that being said, a sense of morality is a little bit stronger in this game. As I want to stress that this is not just about going in, guns a-blazing, and drop the monster all the time. There will be a few nice reliefs. What, we just have to shoot it? Yes, but most of the time, there'll be figuring out and clues that have to be sought to figure out the disturbance and how to remove it from the game. That being said, I'm saying stuff to our players at the first time they hear it as well, is take notes. There will be several different hints, and at any point, feel free to roleplay your character actually having to do this, but going to even do a Google search. Because some of these creatures and monsters you may come across might be urban legends. They might be Native American, Japanese. They might have roots in different cultures. And this is the real world in a way speaking. Feel free to Google it. As yes, a lot of the monsters are based on actual legends from different cultures, different beliefs, different religious beliefs. And I've taken my take on it, and I've done a few twists. So, in other words, I will be giving clues, but the answers could be in your own head. It could be in mainstream movies, at least the rough idea, or it could be in a Google search, or, what's that thing? Pasta? Scary pasta? Who knows, right? It could be anything like that. So, with this... Yeah, the creepypasta. See, this is my generation was just, we had stuff like the Eye of Death, which was a website that was banned because it had realistic gore pictures, and it was a challenge to see how many of those images you could see before you felt ill. I don't want to go over what I saw. I mean, one example was soldier meets tank, and it wasn't a good image. That being said, I want to remind everyone that this is an 18-plus channel. The subject matter may be a little disturbing or frightening to some. I do want to state this, as I have had a couple of viewers surprised about the feel and the gore, or just the descriptive nature of this game. So I do want to put that out there, remind everyone, 18 plus. That being said, let me introduce you to our characters that are taking place. The first file folder. Yeah, where's my little buttons here? Where's my folder? Where did you go, my folder? Alrighty. Did that folder? Yeah, that folder did get shifted. There we go. Plaque. We just slapped the folder over top of everybody on the stream right now. There's a little bit of blood on the folder. Please excuse the blood on the folder, but actually, it's par for the theme. As we have the Carson murders, which is our first case. I'm going to be doing a little bit of a flashback for our players, because they haven't experienced this fully until now, and also how this is all coming together. As shown at the beginning of this, Walker Investigations is a private investigation and also a registered defense contractor to allow them for certain weapons and protect certain things as well. That started as an investigation group in London in 1880, just before a big incident in London that happened in 1888 that they were not directly responsible for. You can feel free to see what happened to London by Googling 1888 London, and it wasn't their fault. That being said, those that are not Googling that, Rabbit, have I lost you in your camera? Are you... Because I just see a shadow where your spot is. I had your face set up. Okay. Your laptop was pushed down or something for a bit? Okay, I just looked over and I was like, oh, did I lose Rabbit? Alright.
I had to take care of something.
Okay. That being said, Walker Industries became to the States as an investigation department in New York City. It grew to private contractor for defense purposes because of some of the firearms they were allowed to use for certain events. They had a contract with the New York Police Department. At the time, their contact was just a detective, Detective Albrecht, which does come from a certain genre from Dark Horse Comics. Actually, I think it was separate to Dark Horse at the time. The Crow, James O'Barr. Yes, this is Officer Albrecht from Detroit. But his supernatural experience, he got together with his wife and came to New York, and he became a detective here, and he worked with Walker Investigation with certain events as he started to notice more and more unnatural events starting to happen in New York City or in the surrounding state. And he contracted out as a... what's the term for a police assistant? Castle, the TV series and all that. It's a something... He's not a police officer, but he works with the police. Consultant. They were a consultant for the New York department until an incident called the fundraiser incident. This is a big deal because apparently in New York State, in a nice rich house, it was actually New York State and not Manhattan, the event led to a bombing, which was labeled as a terrorist act, and this was full of a lot of rich and important people at this event. Luckily, no one died, but there were some injuries, and everyone seems to have blacked out for the last hour and a half and don't really remember what happened. Walker was at the event and has not been seen since. There's been no remains of his found at the site, and to this day, no one knows what's happened to Walker, who ran the business. And his great-great-grandfather had started the business. That being said, the contract with the New York department, the mayor was not happy in this incident, and they lost the contract. And they've come in a lot of fires, so Walker Investigations effectively has closed down officially. Albrecht, due to other work, has actually become the commissioner for New York State, or New York City, and still quietly keeps certain unnatural things there, as he does have contact with Betty, our main character here. Now, it's been somewhat quiet, except for the Carson murders, which are what is our focus for our first episode. Let me make that case file just vanish right. Oh, it hasn't even shown up yet on screen. I forgot to hit the button to transition it, so... Wow, there we go. I thought that was up all this time. Guess what? It's not up now. There we go. So I'll leave that up for a little bit as we talk. Each one of these characters were related to... my notes here. Doopy-doops. There we go. Nope, no character select. There we go. Notes. My notes. Let's lug up. Oops. Carson murders. There we go. James Carson and his wife, Sarah Carson, were brutally murdered. And these characters, for their own reasons, were connected. And what I'm about to do is kind of go back with what happened to the characters on the day and how it's kind of progressed since, and how it leads up to now. Yeah, that was like good spoking of English. So, first off, James Carson is a very rich individual with a manor house in upstate New York. Out in the trees, nice forest, nice little drive, great illustration that looks like it's done in, 80s computer graphics. But, shush, line art. He basically was quite a rich man, and his connection with money was partly legit, but there was a lot of illegal acts going on for his money. We start with Veronica Flynn. She is an investigative reporter. He hired her to get dirt on a relationship that his wife, Sarah Carson, may be having an adulterous affair. Now, Veronica, your character isn't that much of a dummy. You have a good feeling that he himself was having an affair and basically wanted material on his wife, so if she found out about his affair, he could throw her affair in her face. John Earp, the hired bodyguard, because the last bodyguard left for personal reasons. John Earp, you can confirm that yes, this individual probably was having an adulterous affair, as you had to wait outside of a hotel room a couple of times as he had conversations with this one regular woman in the motel room. So when he hired Veronica, you kind of could roll your eyes. So Veronica, you are familiar with John. John and Veronica do know each other, may have actually conversed, and he may have told her about Sarah's times and all that, and it seemed it might have been a pool boy or somebody that she was playing with, so Veronica was going to get some naughty pictures of Sarah. Dean, our character played by Lugnut, by the way, for those that don't know, that's Elegant Syntax, that's playing Veronica, and Puma, who is playing John Earp. Dean Luxford is played by Lugnut. He is an auto mechanic. There are 3 very nice cars, one of which was Dean's. For Dean himself is a bit of a speed freak. He loves racing cars, not legally. And our friend James Carson bet a lot of times on street races, as amongst his horse racing, boat racing, a lot of racing he liked to bet on. And he started noticing a little trick that Dean had, as sometimes he wouldn't be racing the races, but he'd be working on the cars, and he ended up being able to rig the races for Mr. Carson to have certain people's cars work a little bit better than others when he wasn't in a race. He had been doing some tricks like that before, and when he was found out, he took Dean's car, but also offered him a job working on his cars and that was the current status when Dean was working for him. The other 2 cars the guy possesses is an 2006 Aston Martin Coupe and a 1984 Lamborghini Countach. Both, the Aston Martin is a pearl steel gray, and the Lamborghini was a black Lamborghini Countach 84, which is the old kind of more blocky 80s kind of look for the car. And his was the Audi. Dang. What do you remember what that one you selected was? I think I got the picture here somewhere, guys.
I have no idea.
But his was a really cool blue car. Give me a second, guys. I have on the desktop still, I think we has the car. Acura NSX Hybrid. It was a, car. I can use words. It was a car. There we go. Bang. There he is. And I can just share that with everybody, as that was Lugnut's car. And I'll just show that with the home audience. So I move all the stuff around. Oh, no, don't. I love it when Windows kind of says, hey, let's put these windows here because you touched the side of a window. No. All right, let's get this up. There we go. Yeah, but this was like, this is the little car there. That was his little baby that he once owned. Alrighty. So, that being said, on the night of the murders, this is how the events transpired. I have not mentioned Vit Rabbit's character, William Scott, for a reason. As his character knows this entire endeavor by breaking into the place the night of the event, about to steal stuff from a really rich person's house in the middle of nowhere.
I deny said events.
All right, no problem.
All right.
Okay. So, it starts off with Veronica, who's out in the tree line. There's a little forest, there's a little horseshoe shape of trees all around the estate. It's in upstate New York. It was the fall, so the leaves of the trees were changing and very Tim Burton-esque in the environment around her, not to help influence how the night may have felt. Also, it being a mixture of warm and cool on several nights, creating a very nice slight fog effect for the evening, as she used this perfectly to hide with her camera and all her extra lenses and special designs to take pictures. But what she took pictures of was not what she was really hoping for. The first thing that she noticed was a discoloration of the pool water. Sarah Carson was out in the evening. The sun was coming to an end, but she had heard a little music on, and she had been sitting there. It had been somewhat warm, and she was just out listening to her music and still enjoying. She had a robe on for the night, like she had one of her nice little silk nightgowns on, but she was just lounging at the side of the pool. There is a hot tub, which she had been using earlier, but now she was just lying back with a little bit of a robe around her listening to music. That is when the hot tub started to kick in again, and it started to bubble. Yet the coloration of the hot tub started to bubble up red. And this blood-like color of the churning water went unnoticed to her as she had her headphones on. She was lying back, not aware. So some pictures were taken. Something weird is going on there. And then something started to emerge out of the hot tub. This didn't look like somebody raising their head up. It literally looked like the top of a head and then the shoulders, as it was as if the individual was on a platform, slowly being lifted up out of the bloody-looking water. The individual that started to emerge at first looked like a naked person. At a quick guess with her investigative eye, she could make out it may have been a male figure. It looked somewhat androgynous, but more of the hip shape is about the only thing that kind of gave away. It was more of a slender male hips than the slightly curvy female hips of the figure that was emerging. She had the back of said individual, and that individual was dripping this red liquid. And like I said, it seemed to rise up out of the water as if it was on a platform to the point where its feet would stand on the liquid. Clear there was no platform, but it walked on the liquid as if it was like the terrain and started to come out. In its right hand was a very vicious looking knife. Looks like a kitchen knife or a butcher's skinning knife, like a very large pointed diamond shaped knife. At this point, this was definitely not looking good. The fact that some of this liquid was coming off, and in her zoomed up lens, she could see that the individual, of course, her brain telling her it's probably some sort of leotard that's been done up like Mr. Muscle, was nothing but muscle and no fat or skin or anything, just muscle and bone. You could see some of the shoulder blades and all the other bits and pieces, and the little back parts of the rib. You can see some of the hip bone and the muscles that make up the buttocks and all that kind of stuff. Just as this individual walks forward, and she starts to take pictures as Sarah Carson is stabbed and is brutally gone. At this point, she's probably got her phone going. She's trying to call 911. Am I right? That would probably be the first thing that's going on. You see a murder, you take a few more pictures, but you take your call. Your phone can't get a signal out. There's no bars. There's no signal going on. Yet earlier, you were having pretty good because they had pretty good Wi-Fi in the place, and you were stealing their Wi-Fi because he'd give you the password because you're going to be working at the place, right? No Wi-Fi, no connection, no bars. And shocked, I'm not sure how you would have continued. Did you continue to watch what happened, or did you then fall back into the woods, go running back to your car? What did you do at that point when you saw the start of the murder? Oh, you're muted. You are muted, apparently, it would seem. Sorry
about that. When I witnessed the murder, I panicked. I tried to call out, and I couldn't get a signal, and that sort of became my priority of, like, I need to go get help. I am not equipped to get help.
Yep.
I would... Is the pool's kind of in the back of the building, I assume?
Correct, yes. That map I had earlier, the really cheesy map?
Yeah. I closed it, and I'm not sure how to get it back up.
If you go under images, there we go.
Okay, there it is, yeah. Okay. So if I'm at the back of the pool, I'm going to make my way out and around the house. The entire time I'm going to try and see if I can spot really any of the security detail that I would be familiar with. But I am heading towards, I am hunting a signal.
I brought that image up for everyone to see. Apparently the little off shape is the giant pool. Now this is a really rich pool. He's got some Greco-Roman style columns. He's got some replica statues of Greek statues around the pool area. It's got a couple little fish fountains and clamshell designs on it. And then there's that hot tub that's big enough to show up on a map this size. So it's a big, 8-person type of hot tub that's off on the side there at the back. And then you're probably closer to one of those trees in the nearby area of that pool in that map. So yeah, that's about where you are. So you go running. So if you take a look at that map and say you're in the northmost tree just behind the pool area, which way did you run? You could have run around and hooked. There would have been doors. That little lump sticking out highest there is the back of the chimney. That's the back of the chimney.
Where I'm heading.
Okay, so you'd be heading around that way. The screams are vicious, sounding, these are screams of terror that are gurgling with blood, and you can hear the sick sound of the stabbing and the slicing that's going on as you go rushing towards the house. Okay, at this point, John, you hear screams. At first, what was it? What's his name? Jason? James Carson just goes, stupid. It's his wife wanting some attention or something like that. But John, you've had combat. You've heard things. That scream sounds of utter terror. And at that point, he says, fine. He lets you just go investigate why she's making a scene and all that stuff. So you come running down, and you see Veronica is already running to the back doors. Meanwhile, we cut to Dean, working on the car currently. He's got his headphones on, probably, just working away. Nothing going on there. You're all good, Dean. And William, for some reason, there's a break in security. As you notice, the one bodyguard that was one of your concerns, he's just ran off heading back to the rear of the house, right? You do start to hear screams, though, but this is a perfect opportunity for you to get in. And, screams, don't know what's going on. He's going to go check. It makes a perfect distraction. So I'm thinking this is probably when your character kind of climbs up and gets going, right? I'm correct on that. I'm not going to jump too far for your character here because I know what your characters were doing. I'm just kind of leading the story for your background here, right? So this is probably when you use the moment to sneak into the house and work your way up. The thing you were looking for is in the master bedroom, which you're hoping is not going to be occupied.
I did have a few thoughts about nothing ever goes this well.
Okay, no problem. So you're sneaking in, and this was the item you're looking at stealing. the purpose, the way your character does is, how did he come across this? Now, this guy is not the nicest of guys. He's known for some horse bets and some racing. I don't know how you picked him as a target, but the item and you've cased out the place. Maybe it was something you wanted online and he got, or something, but I don't know. Give me the idea of what this item was that it was calling your character to the estate. I'm throwing this more in your pocket, this part of the story. Or did somebody ask you to do this? Or, you know what I mean? Or was this your own volition?
I think someone sent me a message about this dickwad that needed to be put in his place.
Got you. So basically you wanted to get into his bedroom and steal something personal just to show him, right?
Right. Also, I was told he was rich. Therefore, while I'm doing that, I'll just, find the safe.
No problem. All right. Then I will give you a name. The person was on one of the forums or something like that, and her name was Erica Grouper. Erica Grouper told you about this guy when you were chatting in the forums and all that. Oh, he's a dick and all, whatever it may have been. And she makes the comment, and she's seen his bedroom. So, you know what I mean? So she's familiar with his bedroom and describes it in great detail. And then, for some reason, she's pissed off at him. So that's ideal. You're getting the information. And I'll teach him a lesson. That type of thing. Sure. So that's what you got in. All right. So, John, you are with Veronica and run to the area to find Sarah Carson's body. Now, you can full field to role play this. You come across her body covered in blood, and it takes a few seconds to realize that she has been skinned. And lying in a slop beside her is her torn up silk camisole and her skin. Now, first off, this was damn fast. And you hear her gurgling. She's not dead yet. So how would your characters have reacted to that?
Well, my character initially is pulling out the pistols and looking around, checking to see where the enemy's at.
At this point, you see bloody footprints making their way towards the house at a wide pace, as if the person was in a sprint. Veronica, how are you reacting?
As soon as I see John, I just go, there's a man killed Sarah. I can't call. And I am. Did
you not go back with him? You went back into the house?
Yeah, no, I'm still. Well, I basically I am not security detail.
Yep.
I am not equipped for this. I'm trying to get more help. I kind of just.
Yep. You went into the house, type of thing.
Yeah,
you got it.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'm just trying.
You notice that the lights all flicker and go off in the house as you're trying to get it, and the only glow you got is the light of your cell phone that is lighting up part of the house. The giant bay windows have got the setting sun and long beams of light, but there's creating thick shadows. And as it progresses, you start to notice a discoloration on the walls around you. It looks like something is dripping from the spot around the edges. What's it called? The around where the roof meets the wall. That little tiling piece. Oh my gosh, words left me. But it looks like there's something starting to drip from the ceiling down the sides of the walls around you. Under paintings, you just see this, and it seems to be a dark liquid that's just starting to drip on the walls. You do have a camera with you too. Is this going to be one of those moments you see this, but no pictures are taken?
Well, but
it happens.
I know how this event affected Veronica, right?
Yeah.
So, she does not think to take pictures. She does not she left her good camera back. She's trying to make a phone call. She's trying to call the police. I look around the room for a phone. I noticed the walls, but I don't think it registers with her right away.
Well, there's a phone on the wall, one of them old-fashioned
Yeah.
landlines.
I run and I try to pick that up.
Oh,
and
you pick that up. You skid a little bit on the floor.
the floor is wet.
It feels like the floor is wet. You skidded a bit when you got to the phone, and when you pick up the receiver, you start to feel a moistness on the receiver, and when you press it to your ear, there's a wetness, like something licking your ear.
I immediately take it off and look at
There's
it.
blood starting to just ooze out of the earpiece of the phone.
I drop the phone and I run. I'm heading towards the front door.
No
The-
problem. By the way, as you turn, the thing is behind you, standing 6 feet tall, no skin, eyeballs in its sockets, and the only shaft of light is barely lighting it up, and its head just turns and it's got its bloody knife.
I try to shove it. And
Now
again,
remember, this is behind you, the door is behind you now. You know what I mean? Like, this is what was behind you, but the door you want's that way. So he's not directly in your way.
Oh, like he's okay. So in
Yeah,
that
so
case,
it's
there,
like
I
he was
just,
behind you. That's you're by the phone. You suddenly realize if this was a camera shot, you picked up that phone, you got nothing. The camera did that little thing, and out of the shadow, it emerged behind you. Okay,
Okay.
so
in that case, there, it's just a straight up like bolt, and I am knocking
Yep.
anything I can.
yep, and you are out of there. Yep. All right, Puma, you realize shit. It's gone back to the house, right?
Yep.
And Lugnut, you are working on the Lamborghini. The rear section is up. You are working on the engine of the said car, and you notice that it's, at a quick glance, you hear the sound of dripping coming from the engine. It sounds like the oil or something. What you had just done a change and all that stuff, but it sounds like the oil's leaking out of the engine again. You shouldn't have made a mistake like that, and you
I
can
never
see that.
make a mistake like that.
Exactly. And
Never.
you notice there is a dark liquid that just seems to be leaking, but it seems to be just leaking from the engine block where the cylinder head goes and all that, like where because this is a split V engine, the two the block heads. It looks like the leaking is coming from the cylinder sections, like where the cylinder gaskets are, and that's where the leaking's coming. There's no real liquid that you know of that really goes there, except for the gas before it explodes and just the pistons and mechanics 101. But that's where the leaking's coming from. There's no real engine or gas running at this moment. You do have a rag, and you probably instinctively start to wipe some of it, and you realize that it's not a dark black oil. It is a dark crimson that seems to be coming out of the engine. It looks like the engine is bleeding.
I'm gonna step back.
Alrighty. At this point, you just see the nice little, the silver Aston Martin, right? You notice that there seems to be a dripping happening under it, and you just see a pool starting to pool out from underneath that car. And then the little tall metal 15-drawer little weapons toolkit for all the cars and automotive needs. You just notice that there seems to be little leaks, like a little pop, and a little bit of blood starts to leak from some of the areas. And then the tool case is starting to leak, and the walls. It just seems to be starting on the one side and then slowly spreading as stuff on the walls start. There, I don't know how you make this out, but you're starting to see.
I'm going towards the door.
Yep. Nicely, it's a 3-car garage, and the doors are right there the garage door to go out, or the door to go back into the house.
Which one's farther from the blood?
Technically going back into the house.
I'd be going away from the blood.
So, hey, you're heading back in the house.
And I'm pulling my gun as I do so.
You got it. Alrighty. And you're pulling your gun as you do so. John, you're back in the house, right? You suddenly hear that doot, 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 doot of a phone that's been left off the hook, but there was no phone line earlier for you, Veronica. And as you're looking, you just see the phone hanging there, and you see, like, the blood on the walls, on that. You also see a weird splash sliding mark across one wall onto the ceiling and around. There is tons of blood now, dripping off the walls. It looks like it's dripping from the phone. It looks like a smear that went up a wall, across the ceiling, and down the other side. Well, what are you reacting? Your boss is upstairs on the second floor in his bedroom area, the last you knew.
Well, I'm pulling out the other guns. I got both my guns out. So I'm looking all directions as I'm trying to slowly make my way, to the stairwell to go upstairs.
And William,
check on the boss.
You suddenly hear James Carson, such a diva, always demanding attention. This is when you enter the closet. That's right. Your character, the closest thing you have is you are literally like a boyfriend caught cheating on the guy's wife, hiding in the closet amongst women's clothes, because this is a large closet full of clothes, and you hear him come into the room. That was the closest place you could hide, except under his desk, but that probably would have been the worst, even though the closet seemed to be the closest, as he comes in and starts bitching. I take it have you closed the closet fully, or have you kept it that little crack? So are you basically looking at visual?
Was it open when I found it?
It was closed. So is it open a bit, or are you going to close it and only listen?
I'll leave it open a crack so I can watch too.
Alrighty. So you leave it open a crack. He's already in his room complaining about Diva. The screaming seems to have stopped. It stopped a while back, right? And he's come into the room now. He's pissed off and all that talking. And then suddenly he's like, what was that all about? And then his voice cuts quiet. The lights in the place go off. Like there's a little light at the side of his bed and all that stuff. It's gone dark. What are you fucking around with? He's just now complaining like, what?
I put it on my night vision.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. All right. You put up the night vision. Oh. You got the night vision on. You see him kind of backpedaling towards the bed. You can see where the crack is. And he's like, hey. Well, he's got this shocked and confused look on his face. And then in night vision, you suddenly see a spurt of blood come from his chest. And then suddenly you see him starts gurgling a scream. John, you're hearing screams now up in the room there, okay? And suddenly you see another spurt of blood come off of him. And then suddenly you see another gash happen, and you see a whole section of his chest rips open, just like it was a jacket opening, but this is his chest flesh just rip right off in front of you. You don't see anything else but him standing there and having his flesh ripped off. And then suddenly you see another thing happen, and his chest has just been flayed open like some sort of salmon, and he's now falling backwards onto the bed. Then you suddenly see a couple more spurts of blood show up on him, and then you see you just see his arms jiggle a bit, and then you see flesh start flying off, just like it was some sort of confetti being thrown at a wedding, as suddenly you see blood spraying and flesh chunks flying like a huge ginsu's going off, but you don't see anything. You're just seeing this guy being flayed like he's in a blender in front of you in your night vision goggles.
Repeatedly.
Okay. Ow.
It's not happening.
Do you say that verbally under your breath?
No, I'm a thief. Come on. Let's be honest.
As he's now hit the ground, okay, all you know is he looks like he's exploding and chunks of his skin's flying off of him. Maybe it's some sort of weird Ebola-like disease that's hitting so bad that he's spurting blood. And
what is it? Can I see anything without my night vision?
Well, it's not that dark. It's still had the setting sun going on. You can turn it up. You lift up your night vision goggles?
Right.
That's where you see the flesh. You see muscle and bone as a person missing his skin with a giant knife is the one creating all that stuff. He's standing naked, literally no skin, and he is carving crazily over this body. How do you react to seeing that? And literally, you can slide the night vision down, he's not there. You slide the night vision up, he's there.
Going to remain very quiet in the closet.
No problem. At this point, John, you get up the stairs. At this point, Dean, as you've come into the house, you've got your gun ready. John, you notice that Dean, you do know he carries, is popped out, and he's got a gun ready. So do you do anything as you head up? Like you're heading up the stairs, you just notice him coming in. Do you like gesture for backup or anything like that, or tell him to go?
I gesture for him to watch the bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
You know, kind of like covering my back. You know.
Okay.
The question is, would I see him? Because I'm backpedaling out of the garage.
True. At this point, you're backpedaling. All right, you might not have the eye contact to make, and you probably don't have the time to do it. So you see him backpedaling, but you effectively have to keep, unless you make a noise and call out to him, which you may not want to do. It's your call. Did you make a noise?
In these type of situations, you never call out where your position is.
Yep. So you ran up the stairs, and that's where you see it. Over top of the bed. It's like a nice 4-poster bed, and your master is your body. The guy you're supposed to be protecting is. You guess where the blood and skin is flaying from, and you see your target. All you can make out at first is the silhouette of a person with a knife, and there's lots of blood. That's all you make out as a target. You've got your target, and you fire. Right?
Yep.
Gunshots go off, William. Nice mid-caliber pistol goes off, and you see the shots connect center mass, because that's the best target to go for at first. Boom, boom, boom. You just see blood spray and pool from your shots. The figure doesn't even go down. Ballistic shock alone, you've landed 3 shots into him. He just stops and then slowly turns around. And as he turns around, you see the profile. He's got no cartilage or anything, so he's got that nose gap. Then he's got the muscle-bound skeletal face with 2 eyeballs in the sockets. Sorry, Sheila Bobby. And those eyeballs just turn in the sockets to look at you, and it raises up that knife as if you're next. What do you do? Clip? Entire clip?
Yeah, of the Colt, and
Yep.
Letting loose with a
Was that the Colt
sawed-off
45,
shotgun.
or was that the? Is it a Colt 45 that you have, or?
Colt 45.
Yep.
7 rounds.
7 rounds. So boom, boom. The rest of the clip just goes into him.
And the 2 rounds of the sawed-off shotgun.
No problem. At this point, it's starting to walk towards you as you're emptying your clip. Rabbit, you're seeing bullet after bullet go into this thing, and it's still moving, and it's just doing that kind of.
I'm in the first walk-in closet.
Yep, you are. And it's closer to the exit door. He's just ahead of you. Like, Puma's just cut. Like, you could rush out of the closet. He might spin to shoot you. He's a little bit on edge right now.
Where's the exit door exactly?
Give me a second. Let me bring up the second floor. You're in the first walk-in closet. And let me just draw on the map here. Pointers. Boop. That would be your path out.
Are there windows? See, right
there. There's a window.
Are there
right?
windows in the bathroom?
This bathroom at the end, there is a window that you could do a running bleep over the hot tub and smash out a window if you wanted to in true panic. But to let you know, everything that's going on is right in that area. Like, that's where the gunfire and all that stuff's going on right now.
Does the window open?
It does. But it's one of those little crank handle windows. It's not a full... It's a crank handle. Opens up sideways a little bit, let the steam out, and then crank close type of thing.
So you're saying I'm too big to get out of it?
You might be, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, this character is being played by Nick Frost?
Yes.
Yes, Nick Frost is this character right here. Dean is actually playing by a James Dean lookalike. And John Earp is playing by good old Stamos. And Statham. That's it, Statham. And Veronica is played by model number 47 for Noir Vintage. All right, so...
All right, so I'm going to stay here
until... Look at that. There's little images for our characters. Yeah.
I guess I'm going to stay here until they do whatever they're doing.
No problem.
Because I'm not jumping out a window like that.
Shotgun. Okay, at this point, you've heard him hit the clip. You hear the sound of a gun dropping. And then the shotgun going off. The shotgun does not seem to affect him that much, but does knock him off his feet. He hits the floor. There's a slight squidge sound, and more blood just sprays right out. And as he lies on the floor and slowly raises his head, there's a slight trembling in the room, and then the walls start to bleed. You start to feel the dripping sensation, William, as blood from the ceiling of this closet is just dripping onto your body. The clothes you're leaning against feel like layers of warm skin. Okay, at this point, Lugnut, you've heard an entire pistol spent. And then you hear a shotgun blast. This is not a good sign. You know how good this bodyguard is. He's now emptied his clip and he's
If
gone
he's
to
on
shotgun.
a shotgun, there's something wrong.
Exactly, you hear the shotgun.
Remember that I've got the 2 weapon fighting stuff, so I'm using both hands. So I haven't dropped any guns.
Oh, that's true. That's right. I forgot that. Yeah, so it's like, you know, he's got the shotgun hip braced and firing, you know.
Yep.
So I'm gonna be going towards the front door.
At that point, you start to hear engines rev in the garage.
Do I hear my engine rev?
No. And guys, you can actually tell different types of engine revving, just for the record. Especially if you've worked on the cars. You hear the purr of the Aston Martin, you hear the low rumble of the Lamborghini, but you don't hear the little higher-pitched engine sound of your car. You hear both of the engines starting to power up in there.
I want to peek back through the door.
The garage? Alrighty. Now, guys, this is where the audio clip might come into play. Though, technically, the only person that would be hearing this audio clip would be Lugnut. And all of a sudden, you hear coming off of the radios of the cars, and this will probably get me a muted moment on YouTube. I mean, on... So, as the blood's going on, this starts echoing from the cars.
I want to look along the wall to see if the keys are there.
Keys are still there. And here's the voice.
No one to talk with, all by myself. No one to walk with.
Now you have to wait for this lag in channel.
Ain't misbehaving, saving my love. Oh, baby, love you, really, baby, love you. I know it's thing, one I love.
So that is playing as upstairs we've got gunshots going off, shotgun going, the guy's falling on the ground.
I'm not gonna close the door again. I'm walking away.
Just walking away.
I'm heading towards the front door. I don't get paid.
I'm home about me and my radio, babe. Ain't misbehaving, blaming all my love for you.
Alrighty, so we will let that start to fade away, but that music is still playing. Alright, Rabbit, how are you doing right now?
Panicking.
Panicking? You can vaguely hear this music echoing from the garage underneath, because literally this is above the garages. You just, as if somebody just turned up a radio real loud. Meanwhile, Veronica, you've made it past a circular entrance. You're like probably running down, and you hear some of this music kind of start emanating from the garage as you're like at the, there's a fountain in the middle of a round road, like where the road is there. There's a bell exit. Are you still heading out, or you're starting to hear this jazz, or this kind of going on?
I'm still trying to find help. I'm still trying to figure out a way to reach out and call the police and call the...
You could check in the garage where the guy works, and there's a car. You could easily use that to drive.
I think my instinct would be trying to get back to my vehicle.
Which is probably hidden off the road, parked off the road. So running down. Now, do you run right down the middle of the road to exit, or do you walk down the grassy side?
I'm probably, like...
This is horror movie 101. There's a road. Do you run down the middle of the road?
So when I exit the house, I, like, run straight and just kind of, like, go tight around the fountain.
You can use the green arrow if you right-click and go to pointers. You can use the arrow to illustrate, where you might have gone. Oops. I think we've gone to the next song.
I go there. And then I run around the circle.
Yep.
And then
That's the fountain. That's like one of those nice fountains,
I run, like, tight around the fountain because I'm still... My car is probably parked, like, way at the end of this massive driveway.
Yep. Which leads to the main road, so you're off the main road.
And then I go from there, I kind of go sort of like this.
Is it down the middle of the road?
Not completely down the middle. Like, I go towards the edge, but I stay on the pavement because it's a little bit easier to run.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of going in that.
Yeah. So effectively, you're out of this intro scenario. Yes, this is the intro scenario. Okay. So, alrighty.
And the entire time, like, every bit, I'm like checking my phone, like signal.
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Your character has some sort of music player on your phone or Sirius satellite or something, I guess.
Yeah, my phone.
You got no bars, and all of a sudden the same song that was playing on the cars is playing on the phone.
I mean, like, I try, like, as I'm running, I try to mute it, and,
No apps, you have no volume control on it, it's just playing that song. And at this point, blood starts to drip from your phone.
I throw it. Gone.
You got it.
And now I'm just bolting for my car.
Yep. All right, John, shotgun blast is going. All right, and this thing is pulling itself back up. It's got its knife, and it's looking at you. And it just seems to arc its head, and it looks like it's just going to walk right past you. Do you try to stop it? You can still shoot with the shotgun and knock it back on its ass, because this is the police one that has the 8. It's inline 8 or 8 inline 7, is it?
No, the one I have, the shotgun I have?
Yeah.
I have the sawed-off two-barrel
Two-barrel version? Okay, yeah. You don't have, like, the police... yeah, all right, gotcha.
No, mine's a sawed-off one, so it's like a
the small little... Oh, yeah, okay, then that was easier to use with your pistol. I was just realizing, yeah. So you've shot both the shots, so you're out of bullets at this point, and this thing looks like it's just going to walk right past you.
Okay, I'm reloading, but I'm going to stand aside if it's going to not attack me.
No, it's just heading out of the room now as you're reloading. And as you quickly get that last bullet in, you flip just whatever you got your quick gun, it's gone. Rabbit, what about you? At this point, he's looking at where the thing left. You can run in the room and out the bedroom window at this point.
Okay, so he's not looking.
Nope, he's looking out the exit, though. He's looking out into the sitting room, which is he's looking at the sitting room where the thing
so
was.
In my years of experience,
yes,
am I safe enough, in my opinion, to get to the window I left open to climb out of it?
Yes, which we would say is most likely the let me just move that circle. The window you came out of is probably literally that one there, right? There is a greenhouse. That's what that rectangle is beside the house.
Yeah, I'm outie.
You're outie? Yeah. All right. That's a little greenhouse. So you're out the side and you're gone. Lugnut, you said you were just heading off yourself.
You've never seen a fat man run so fast.
He's doing like in Hot Fuzz over the fences. No problem. I don't care. Or they're knocking over. He's out. Alrighty.
I would be walking out the front door, and then I'm gonna turn around and look up to see if I can see anything in there.
From that point of view, you'd be looking up towards the window around the bathroom if you've gone up the front area, because that's over top of the garage. But nope, there's no lights on in the house or anything. But as you're looking at it, suddenly, boom, all the lights turn back on. John, Puma, your character, lights have just come back on, spinning around. You just notice there's more smears of blood on some of the windows, on the walls and ceiling, but they look like smears as if a body was dragged all over. This place looks horrifically blood encrusted. And that is how the evening transpired. To be said, your characters, this is how it went now. John and Dean, your characters were probably there when the police showed up. Or Dean, did you take off?
No, I'm not that stupid.
So effectively, you give your reports, and
I'm expected to be here, I should say.
Yeah, so
I work here.
I don't know exactly how you give your reports. Did you give your reports as realistic as possible, or did you lie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm explaining what I encountered.
All right. So as that evening progressed, Veronica, how did your evening go? You got to your car, you kept on driving, and the best part is that song was on your car radio for a bit, but it just happened to be, a salute to the oldies, and then another song comes on just afterwards.
Basically, I drive straight to the police station.
Yep. And you get into what was going on. You guys did your reports, and the police commissioner did take an interest, Commissioner Albrecht. And he seemed to listen to you guys more about your odd experience than the other police. Yet, the weeks that follow, the official report is apparently that Mr. Carson had some connections that did lead to a cult, and this ended up being more like a Charles Manson cult murder, as they described it, and they figured that there had been some hallucinogenics pumped through the central air that caused mass hysteria and allowed the cult to act while your characters were under the influence and get away with such a heinous crime. Because there's no way a person could have done what they did to a person that quick in front of you, nor take the bullets as you described. So they figured you guys had been under the influence of the drugs. This didn't bode well with you, Veronica, because you weren't in the house that long. Yet the worst of it was in the house, but you saw the initial start outside of the house in fresh air. But that's the official report, and the case it's been a month since, it's been actually less than a month since the incident. You guys still have contacts. Don't want you to leave town just in case, but for some reason your characters aren't actually put into suspects, and some cops are kind of, talking. And as we talked about it, Puma, you lost your position at the agency because some of what you really saw leaked out, and no one really believed you, and they felt that you were coming up with excuses for failing your job as a bodyguard. Now, for Veronica, John, and Dean, Albrecht gave you Betty's number, and he told them that he knows that you guys have probably seen something natural, and other people aren't going to believe you, but you may want to go investigate a group called Walker Investigations. The name rings a bell because of the bombing incident in upstate New York a while back, about a few months back, and that name had been brought up then. But he said even though the city doesn't really work with them anymore, they may be able to help you with this incident. Now, William, I told you that your mom happens to be best friends with Albrecht's wife. So you've literally had the commissioner, Mr. Thief, has had the commissioner at his house for, meatloaf, okay? But he's told some stories, and in those times, he has mentioned Walker investigations. And at the time, you're thinking it's just crazy, scary stories to tell at dinner. But he mentioned how in the past, the police had some weird incidents. And they had dealt with that firm because your mom had probably asked about the incident that had happened and all this. And he reassured them that no, Walker investigations weren't at fault. And they're actually pretty good for these unknown and weird things. And your mom doesn't believe any of it and all that stuff. So because of that, not because you were there, and because the commissioner's in, and he probably came over one dinner, and he started talking about, weird stuff's been happening and all that, and Walker investigations came up, you indirectly have got the idea of also, maybe getting a hold of Betty, because you still don't know exactly what happened. You know what I mean? And that might help you. That's about the only way I can think you're thief without knowing that you were there as a thief. Does that work well for your character?
Oh, I picture
that
that
no
I've
one
been
is actually
freaking out for the last.
William in the house, right?
I mean, I went and bought a gun.
Say again, Mr. Cat?
No, nobody actually saw William in the house at any
No.
He
point.
did a good job.
Stay composed.
Only because I rolled an 11 on my spirit roll. I gave myself a 10 difficulty. So I've been freaking out for since the incident.
You got
and
no
when I
one to
bought a
talk
gun, so
about this, because technically you can't say why you were there either, right?
Right.
Why were you there? But now you've got this third party that doesn't need to know why you were there.
Right. Just that I was there and they might have answers.
Mm-hmm. So in other
That
words,
makes sense.
Betty's like, absolutely nothing. Phone rings. Oh, yeah, we'll set up an appointment on this day. Sure, we can talk. Ring, ring. Yeah, we can talk. Yeah. So guess what? All on the same day, you guys are going to be coming to go visit Betty. Now, this is in not the best neighborhood of New York. It's a lower area. We're not looking at Manhattan itself. We're kind of looking at some of the burbs on there, and I'm not too familiar with all the New York burbs, but it's not one of the best ones. Technically it would be filmed in Toronto anyways, and they'd say it's New York, but... or Hamilton. Hamilton gets a lot of filming for New York, apparently, on the outside edge. Especially the Sealtown area. All right. So, fun note, when I was watching The Punisher, and he was talking to this one guy, and they were on the docks, the CN Tower, they used the clouds and brought the clouds down on purpose to cut the CN Tower out of the skyline. I'm like, that's funny. I know what that building is right there. But, side note. So you guys are all coming in to to visit an individual by the name of Betty. That's what you got to work with. You were given an address, and it is a 3-story brownstone. And she is 306. Right? So, of this 3-story brownstone, it itself has a central door to a squarish copy and paste brownstone. On the right side of it is another brownstone. On the right side of that is another brownstone. On the left side of the building is the shitty-ass alley that's got the metal dumpsters. It's got fire escapes that narrow the alley even more so. And apparently there's parking around the back if anyone brought a car. Windows are on the left side, and windows are on the front, and most likely the back. The right side is literally got a gap this big. If there are any windows, they've got the brick view type of thing on the one side. This is the building that you guys are all approaching in your own individual ways. I will just describe it, because you guys came a few minutes apart. You might have had one or two of you... Rabbit, you may be showing up and suddenly realize the one guy that was shooting his gun was just walking into the building. Right? Or Veronica, you might recognize John's here. Oh my God, John! That type of thing. Dean, you and John still probably kept communication, so both you guys might be going at the same time. That type of thing. Like one of these, you guys are showing up.
I'm driving.
You're driving?
I showed up in public transit after getting to the police and filing my report. My car ended up breaking down. So now
this has been several weeks. This has been a few weeks after. Yeah.
I can't afford to fix it. I didn't get paid for my big job.
No, you didn't. That's right. And give me a second. Where is it? Let me just bring that down a little bit more. So that's more background music. And on that background music note. Boop. There we go. That is where our music for the background is coming from right now. Media Charger. Creative Commons music. Alright, so the building itself. First off, you've got the door that leads to one of those glass double doors. Mailboxes on the side. Those metal mailboxes with all the numbers scribbled on it. It's got that slight rubber or carpet, you can't tell which it is, kind of flooring. There is a buzzer system that has got cigarette melt marks on it. There is a stench of stale cigarettes with a hint of urine and a slight twist of puke inside the main entrance of this area. Once you were finally buzzed in, yes. And the best part is her voice and the buzzer almost had the same grittiness to it. Yes. Alright, got you in. You come in. On the right, down the hall is an elevator and stairs. Left and right are doors to the rooms on the first floor. There are lights, but they're kind of the cheap fluorescent bulb type lights in the little rectangular hex frame plastic jobs for the ceiling, which are flickering. There's a slight paper mold smell and old wallpaper on spots of the wall where it looks like they kept some close to the lobby to make it look nice, but it doesn't. And then they painted down the hall. The wood creaks in the floor, and a slight mold of wood is added to the cacophony of smells that are now hitting your nose. You guys get to the elevator. Do you take the elevator up 3 floors, to 2 more floors effectively, or do you take the stairs? Individually answer this. Veronica?
When I enter and I notice the smell, I take out my handkerchief and I just cover my mouth and I walk up the stairs.
All right. John, what do you do? And since John and Dean are together, you can have a group say on this one.
I'd say I'd be taking the stairs myself, but...
Okay, so
I'm
you
too
see him
lazy.
heading to the stairs, and you're about to press the button, Dean. Decisions, do you still stay for the elevator, or you take the stairs?
Elevator, I'm lazy.
All right, no problem. All right, and what about you, William? Stairs or elevator?
Yeah, I was going to pick the option that no one else picked.
So you and Dean are suddenly standing there. You know him. He doesn't know you. Waiting for an elevator. The guy...
Well, would he know me? Because I didn't come upstairs.
He was scoping out the area.
I was casing the joint.
So he knows you're on the grounds. So you guys are pressing the button. And that's when you notice that there seems to be a card hanging on the elevator that's flipped over right now. Did you flip the card over?
I'm not sure I want to touch it.
I'm gonna flip it over.
Out of service.
But there's not just a card, there's a chain.
Yeah, the little chain on it, so you could kind of flip the chain. No, it's just a little piece of card that's kind of stuck, kind of flipped over, that was just kind of stuck there.
I guess I'm gonna go walk up the stairs.
The stairs accentuate the smell of urine, apparently, as you head up them, and they're those concrete ones, but as your feet are stepping on the stairs... What time
of year is it?
Pardon?
What time of year is it?
This is still the fall.
Oh. So I wouldn't possibly be wearing my neoprene mask for the cold.
No.
Alright then. Unfortunate.
And your feet have that light movie cinema stickiness by the time you get up to the top floor. You hear that?
I'm gonna cover my mouth and nose with the oil rag I carry around.
Oh, this is so much better. As you finally get up to the 3rd floor, you get to the office, which is your nice wooden door that's got that mottled glass upper section and the little motif, motif, which is my logo for my subscribers. And our little logo here is actually the Shadow Streets or the Walker Investigations logo, where I'm going to just change that interface again for everybody. Oops, maybe it's that one. So many buttons, just press the right one. There we go. But basically the shadow, because all the photographs are covering the bottom part. But that little logo there that's on the mat, that's basically on the window. And it doesn't say Shadow Streets up and above it. It just says underneath in the nice little curve and a kind of a Cooper font, because that's, of course, super cheesy. Kind of just has Walker Investigations underneath that logo. As you guys have all approached there, you enter the room. In the room is a ceiling fan that is slowly spinning and fighting the blue smoke haze of several cigarettes that have not figured a way to escape the room's ventilation. You have a somewhat square room, old wooden desk in front of you. You don't know if it's a Lacey, or a Mac 2, but is literally a rectangular box that has a monitor built into it and a little floppy disk slot in the front and a keyboard and a box mouse with one button that's sitting there. You also have a hedgehog. No, it's an ashtray. All the little spikes coming out of it are hundreds of little cigarettes that have been pushed out, and the ashtray is not being emptied, as it's created this huge little hedgehog of cigarettes. Upon which an old woman, Betty, as we've got our beautiful image of Betty. Where is our folder for Betty? Let's bring up our... there we go. Just bring that up. And there is our good old Betty. As she is sitting at the office, she's sitting there behind the desk with a cigarette half dangling from her lip, and she seems to be typing with both her index fingers, tick, tick, on the little thing as she kind of raises her eyebrow. Hey, take a seat. She kind of says in a very gruff, 1,000 cigarettes old voice. To your left and right are two of those old pleather couches that actually have burn marks from where cigarette burns may have melted the somewhat fake leather in certain spots. There's also two plants, must be plastic, but they look like rubber plants, that are either side of these couches to kind of create balance in this awkward little room. Along the walls, either side of her, are two doors. One door has the same glass motif, and it's got that symbol on it, and then the other one is just a wood door that is closed. So on the right-hand side, there's a wooden door. On the left-hand side, as you've walked into this place, is a door with more glass, and her desk, and behind her is a window to the alley, and it's got one of them blinds, good old Venetian blind type of thing, that's got the blinds down, and there are swirls of smoke making a beautiful little tornado effect above her being hit by the fan, and this stuff's all building around. You've already got first-degree cancer walking in this room, so hey, what do you do next?
I go and take a seat on the couch.
I'm not sitting on anything.
All right, as you sit down on the couch, you feel a little bit of wind blow the back of your legs, and there's a slight bit of dust that comes out as you sit down on the couch.
That's fine. I just
John,
sit there.
John, what do you do, Puma? Yeah, John, what do you do?
Oh, I'd go sit down on the couch too.
As you've become the cat couch right now.
Yep.
Hoping no real major dice rolls are needed in the next little bit.
I might be able to reach my mouth.
And Dean, you said you're not sitting down anymore.
I ain't sitting on anything.
And William, what are you doing? I love saying that for certain reasons. William, what are you doing? Are you sitting down?
He's muted.
Or he's not talking?
No, I am most certainly not sitting down. I am possibly leaning right against the door jamb to the door out of here.
Yep. So Dean's probably standing pretty close to you at the same time. Well, at this point, she just pauses. All right, I take it you must be Veronica Flynn, as she looks at the only female in the group, though she doesn't seem to be too judgmental about it.
Are you assuming my gender?
Oh, here we go. All right.
Yeah. I go, yes, Betty?
That is correct. And John Earp.
Right here.
Alrighty. William Scott. Alrighty. Process of elimination. Dean Luxford.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, I can see you individually if you'd like in the side room here. I know that all of your cases seem to be somewhat related to the Carson incident. That's kind of been labeled as a cult murder, but I understand that you guys have for certain reasons. At this point, all of you guys,
I immediately look towards the
William.
one person in the room who I don't recognize.
Exactly. He's like, John can look over to Dean, and Dean can look back to Veronica, and then everyone's kind of, well, hold on.
What does this guy have to do with the Carson case? He wasn't there.
Yeah.
Nope, I wasn't there.
Right. So.
What are you here for?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would. That's why I asked.
Well, I'll get used to disappointment.
Oh. Right. So, effectively, she's here to offer you guys. Now, she knows she's done a bit of back work on you guys, as you call, and got some information. You all, due to unfortunate incidents, seem to be looking for work. Then there's a casual glance towards William, or some sort of constant paycheck. And she also knows that you are dealing with something that you're not able to process fully, that does not seem to fit into the really real world. She's here to offer you guys employment in her investigative agency. We currently have lost most of our prime investigators. We do have one looking after our London office, which could be made available for phone calls if you need some help, but she is looking at individuals to help in several ways to investigate events like this and try to help prevent them, and be armed with the tools to do so. Now, Veronica, it's quite openly known of your investigative skills, and there is a nice coverage. It has been hit and miss. Apparently, the commissioner, when he was his detective, does mention that he has bumped into you a couple of times at police scenes when you shouldn't have been there, but he's been able to look the other way, so he's given you a good word. And Mr. Earp, I am sorry about your recent termination, but believe me, in an agency like this, your skill set would actually be very helpful if you were to learn how to defend against threats that have been deemed unusual to yourself. As well as Mr. Dean, I have to say that your skills would be very good at trying to get this group of investigators around, not to mention some of the mechanical elements that may come to conflict or elements that you could help work your skills at. And Mr. Scott, your skill
I just
set...
play video games all day. I don't know what you're talking about.
Your skill set of video games is quite well known in certain circles. And sometimes there might be certain games where certain back doors of that game may need to be accessed, and your skill set is the best for that. She kind of looks at you as if she's trying to do the best. And also, apparently, your mom and Mrs. Albrecht are good friends.
I just look at her and I go, wait a minute. You're offering us a job?
Not only jobs, but the means to better understand the predicament that you have come across.
Do you know what happened?
That I do know and I don't know. Alright, here we go. At this point, she takes out one cigarette and puts it out. But before this hand is finished putting out the cigarette, a second pair of fingers on the other hand have put a fresh new one into her mouth. As she's gone literally from one cigarette to a brand new one, and she takes a deep haul, enough to get a third of an ash happening almost, before she does a flick and then starts to talk. Our firm investigates paranormal activity, and we're not just talking those crappy movies that came out and used audio to help cause anxiety in the crowds. No. We're talking the real thing, not what Hollywood might show you, but you have experienced something unnatural. It was not hallucinating gases pumped through the system. That's what they're just saying. Albrecht, the commissioner, is no longer in a position to ask for our help directly. But indirectly, he would like us to try and solve the case of the Carson murders. I think it would help bring closure for you guys. Also allow you to test your skill sets and see if you really want this job. Now, the pay is better than minimum. We do have carry licenses that are part of it. If you currently have a carry license, keep it, because if you get fired, you'll still need the one you paid for. But while you're with us, you have a carry license. You are part of technically a defense contractor, which does allow certain weapons and certain semi-automatic. We still don't have the legit for automatic weapons to be used if necessary. But as you may have experienced, she looks to John, some of these things don't drop with simple lead bullets.
Yes, I discovered that. The shotgun had an effect, though.
Not enough.
Knocked it on its butt. Ooh, who got away? Rabbit? What? At Comic Con. Oh, sorry. Did you see them? I actually. That's the distraction. I love it.
Or at least not enough from what I heard on the news.
I just realized what you just said. It's like, wait, or no, what I heard on the news.
And again, I immediately go, they didn't talk about any of that
on the news.
I don't know what news you guys were watching, but I heard the news about this crazy cult thing going down and some crazy skinless monster, and it's all hogwash.
None of the skinless monster was ever in the news.
Y'all not watching the right news then.
No, that's what they might think. No one said it out loud, that the monster was never mentioned in the news, because it wouldn't have boded well. So what she can do is she gestures to the solid door that doesn't have a window in it. That is a collection of old books and things called microfiche, and devices to actually use it. It's kind of outdated, says her, sitting in front of the Mac 2 or Lacey. But
yeah, I give her a weird look.
But she tells you that we have a lot of documentation in there that you could use as a research room for some information. She also tells you that you could also Google it, but let me tell you, the real solutions may not fully be described, as guess what, everything you read on the internet may not be true. Just gonna put it out there. And sadly, that is Mr. Walker's office over there, which is currently shut down until we find out what has happened to him. Something I may ask of you as a future endeavor. So I must ask you now, would you be interested in joining this operation? Realizing that the game does need this to be a yes. Nope, sorry. Thanks a lot, though. Have a great day.
I look up to her and I go, so you're saying you can help us figure out what happened there?
Yes,
And-
she doesn't know exactly what happened, but she might give you the ideas. Might be able to give you the ways to do it. Also, we do have.
And then I also think back to I'm currently not on a contract. And I'm going to have rent and my car is busted. And I like halfway through the thought I just go.
So you're first go-in. At this point,
Yeah.
she gets the 5-ply with carbon paper in between the papers, paper out for you to sign. Just sign the last sheet, please.
I quickly read the
Oh, it's a
contract.
death and dismemberment clause. Basically, it's also for they want next of kin, and all this kind of stuff. Your blood type.
I go, is all this necessary?
Yeah.
I fill it out cautiously, making sure that I'm not
We've got
Out
a
of
government.
curiosity, is anyone looking at me
Probably not at this moment.
making these statements? I'm going to be like, because I know what we all saw there. So I'm going to be like, is this necessary?
All right, no problem. She says, well, because we are we still have some government funding. If you sign that paper, your $24 an hour salary can be affirmed.
You said
Only $24 an hour?
$24
Yeah.
an hour?
Well, I definitely do need employment, and I really do want to figure out what I missed on
Yep. Yep, just death and dismemberment clause. Just,
I sign it. I'm not afraid to
Yep.
sign something like that.
Yep, you got it. And you guys basically sign up. William, do you sign up?
I guess.
All right. So, welcome aboard. First question. Does anybody need a gun?
Nope.
Well, from my experience, I may not need a gun, but I need
At this point, she gets the
I
filing
need
cabinet.
something that's gonna work against these things.
Oh, she gets the filing cabinet. There's that metal creak. Is this one of those cheap little wooden top metal kind of desk things going on? Even though you got the wood on the front, it's really kind of cheap IKEA on the other side. And she just hear the clink of the metal, and besides the bourbon bottle that you hear rattle in there, she pulls out a .38 pistol with 4 bullets still in the chamber. We got a .38. The shotgun's missing.
I
Hateful Jerk was the last one using that. Rest his soul.
Who?
He was his nickname. Earlier, people used to go by nicknames like Vit Rabbit or Hateful Jerk or Liz and stuff like that. The original team used to do that. Rest his soul. Hateful Jerk hasn't been seen since the incident either, where Mr. Walker disappeared. He had the shotgun.
What incident?
Sorry?
Never mind. I just play video games. I don't know what's going on in the world right now.
we may have to try to track him down at some point too. Then.
But she has a .38 pistol. She hasn't really bought any extra rounds, so it's got 4 bullets. If anyone needs 4 shots in a revolver, little snub nose .38, she's got that if somebody needs it. And she's also got a really good kind of has a little anklet type of holster. You got an ankle holster for it if you want the .38 with 4 bullets. That's what she's got for loan right now, if you need it. She's not loaning out her car, but she's thankful that you guys have a average car down below. We don't know. It's just What would you say? A 2-door or 4-door? What type of car would you've gotten? You kind
I
of
have a 2-door.
coupe. You got a coupe, don't you? At least. All right. So I hope you guys can snuggle into the coupe. I'm hearing they're kind of comfy in the back. Really. She glances towards William. So, first off, welcome aboard. Do you want a toast? She pulls the bottle of bourbon out.
That sounds
It's a
good.
square bottle with a black label and white lettering, but we will not display any type of brand in this game. Want some, Jack? Okay, so basically she offers you guys little shot
I'll
glasses.
take
and-
a little nip.
There you go. So you're starting work with a shot of bourbon. All right, so do you want to
That
explain to
solidifies
her,
the contract,
to the
right?
best of your ability, what you may have encountered, and she might be able to direct you to good spots to start. Also, she gives you a number. This number, if you give me your cell phones, I can do certain things to your phone plans because it's England. I don't know what your plans are, but Edward is looking after our home office in London. We're really spread tight. Edward was from accounting, but he's now looking after our London office. But if you have questions, he is an investigator. He became an investigator, mind you, and he might be able to shed some hints or tips. So you've got one lifeline you can call out. You have one Ask the People in Chat. So Edward and a number in London is a contact you can. So she sits down and she says, first thing you got to do is work together. Veronica's a great investigator. Dean is great with vehicles and that. John is a skilled marksman. And William, if you need to get into the place and you're missing your keys,
I play
he's
video games.
really good at video games.
You learn how to pickpocket with video games, right? And pick locks.
What? Skyrim, I do it all the
What are you
time.
talking about, dude? I just Bobby pins.
No, Betty,
Have you not
Skyrim,
played
do it all the
Skyrim?
time.
Dude, Bobby pins.
Yeah,
Bobby pins are so much better than any other tool you could ever have. You'd be amazed.
they're also good for your hair, as her mash of old hair is probably held together with several little bobby pins.
Mine is too.
So, speak away. Who would like to speak first? What did you encounter?
I just have a question. So,
Yeah.
was I able to retrieve my phone or any of my equipment?
Yes. You could have gone back. Your phone had no trace of blood on it, but it did have a cracked screen. Actually, what type of phone did you have?
It probably was
Was
like.
was it an iPhone or Galaxy?
Is it a Nokia?
Is it? Oh, even Nokia. That thing left a divot in the earth, and there's.
It was probably just a cheap Android phone. Like.
Oh, don't say it that way. But yeah, okay. Your screen's probably spiderwebbed, but other than that, there's no trace of blood or whatever on there. So,
And like the rest of my equipment.
by the way, your film, which you may have developed, there was images of the water, but there was no images of that person. You actually got some blood and all that stuff, but no sign of a person showed up on film.
Okay.
Like when you were taking pictures of her and all that stuff, when that thing
You
rose
saying
up out of the
she-
water.
You saying she has film that she didn't turn over to the police?
Well, that's a good question, because she might not have.
That's what I mean when I was asking, because like
Wait,
when
wait.
I went to the police
You
and I
still
told
take
them,
pictures with film?
it was a DSLR.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, but when it was developed or looked at on your monitor, there was no other
well,
person.
I never even got to look at it on the camera when I was taking the pictures because I
Yeah.
left. So when I went to the police, I told them where I was situated,
Yeah,
what I was doing, and I assumed they collected my phone,
Mhm.
my all of my equipment, and that I got it
probably. Yeah,
back afterwards.
realistically, and after a while, it sat in evidence and all that.
And
kind
probably
of thing.
the only reason why I got it back was because of my relationship with the commissioner.
Yeah.
Uh,
That, and they did check it, and there was no, like, they probably made copies of some of the images that they could of the crime. The other John Doe case you had, they left those on there and suggest you might want to just remove those for sanity's sake. But of your previous, and you just don't want to think about that previous case, But, yeah.
So I did, in that case, I did probably transfer as many of the almost relevant pictures, so like a few pictures from the hot tub scene onto my phone, and I just pulled them up on the cracked screen, and I just bring it over to Betty, and I go, "This is all I've got. Like, I took pictures, but the man."
Alrighty. So
Show up.
at this point, I've described to you guys the events that happened. Now, amongst yourselves, the first thing she asks is, can you place an order? Now, of course, you can kind of now, but what was the first thing that happened for the event?
It was foggy.
Okay. So effectively, Veronica, were you the first person, or John, were you the first person to see this entity? Where did it emerge? This is the kind of questions.
I definitely was the first person to see it, because I bumped into John when I was looking for help.
Gotcha. And
I
how
was
did it?
in the garage, so
You were in the garage. Got you. By the way, when you guys want to pause for a break, give me a heads up. We can do a 5 or 10 minute break depending on what you need. We are kind of getting close to the first break spot. If you want, type of thing. About 10 o'clock for me, 9 o'clock Eastern is what I'd be looking at for the first break, and we are looking to go till about midnight my time, 11 p.m. Eastern, if that's okay with people here. I'm just double checking for our first stream. Yes?
It should be fine.
Yeah, okay.
Also, my character would not be sharing. So anything that I thought that I would have that was relevant information has already been shared. So I won't be sharing anything. I'll just be sitting listening. Or standing.
How
listening.
did you share it?
I didn't share it.
Oh, okay.
Ellie shared it. No, nothing in the pictures.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so
yeah. That's true. See, yeah. So, yeah, effectively, if you don't see anything more to add yourself, as, you're listening in a way of speaking. Right. So, effectively, how did, as, this is her kind of, how did it manifest? Did it walk out of the forest? Did it kind of come through the fog? Did it materialize like it was a ghost that materialized?
Betty, here's what happened. I was watching Sarah, because I was investigating her, and I noticed that the water sort of got dark in the pool. I didn't really think anything of it. It was sunset. I figured shadows. And then all of the water got dark. And it started to bubble. And I mean, it was the hot tub. So like the hot tub bubbles. And but then, I don't know, it looked like this man was raised out of the water, like almost like you would see at like a concert, when they raised them out of the stage. But this was
I suddenly got this image of the crowd going wild and as the thing's raising up now. It's a new image of how that showed up. It's Eddie from Iron Maiden, everybody. All right, that's who the mystery guest is. Eddie from Iron Maiden.
We solved it.
Yeah, we're done. All right, so next week we're gonna have
but he was red, like he didn't have any skin, and he walked on the water.
Walked on the water?
And he had a large knife. It looked like a knife. It was diamond-ish shaped.
Mm-hmm. A triangle, triangle, yeah.
Yeah. And he just walked straight over to Sarah and started stabbing her, and that's when I started running, and like it was awful. There were screams, there was blood everywhere, and I ran into the house, and that's when I bumped into John. Mm-hmm. I was trying to call for help. There was no signal. I couldn't get any signal on my phone, which is weird because like I've been at that
power
spot.
Power, Wi-Fi, electrical systems failing.
Everything seemed to be down. When I was in the house, it was dark.
She tells you that sometimes modern conveniences and that sometimes fail around some of these occurrences of the supernatural. At this point, she glances back to the Mac 2 sitting on her desk.
I look at her. It wasn't even just modern stuff. When I got into the house, I picked up the landline, and the landline was dead, and the phone was covered in blood. Like, it...
So we've got a major theme with blood here, and she also wants to speculate that you said he walked across the water. She's thinking that maybe this individual may have walked across what was now blood, because if blood is one of the main elements, it might use it for travel. Which, in her opinion, this sounds like this could be its mode of travel. I don't know how, but
as this is
Yeah.
I'm saying this, I look at her and I'm like, does this sound normal to you?
no, nothing sounds. You'll certainly learn never to ask that question. What you got to do is you got to try and figure this like a video game. This is something that's not supposed to be happening. You got to figure out what's making it happen, and that's our biggest thing here. I mean, there are some great works that are pretty close to the truth, and then there is some fiction like Twilight that ruins it for everybody. But I'm saying there are certain fictions out there that are closer to the weird world that's out there, and then there's others that even could be stuff to purposely misguide you to certain beliefs and ideas. We don't know why, but in the last turn of the century, maybe the Mayans were onto something, there has been increases in unnatural and paranormal effects happening around the world. Our investigation firm since 1880 has been slowly researching and trying to pinpoint why it's happening. You're about to come across stuff that shouldn't be happening, so get used to the idea of, does that sound right? Because at this point, does that sound like it's not right? Is more the question you might want to ask. So blood, skinless, and a knife. These are things we can work with. Was it fully human? Or did it have any type of animal aspirations? There is a reason she's asking this.
The person I saw was definitely... He looked like a human without any skin. He was tall. He was really tall.
The reason she asks is one of the last cases they had a while back was of a Wendigo, which sometimes is seen as a skinless zombie, but usually has like a stag's skull for a head. And they're more cannibalistic.
No, it didn't look like that.
So she's trying to give you an idea.
I mean, nope. It did,
I
nope.
look at
I don't
William-
know. I wasn't there.
I'm sorry, that came out. It's like, it didn't look that. What? That's her first example. That is something that she is aware of that's in mythos. Some of the Native Americans in the area of Wisconsin, of all places, have talked about the Wendigo spirit, and there was tales of one north and around the rivers in that area as well. And that was one of the things about it, a skinless zombie-like human, but it did have more of a stag-like head, and it did vary depending. So,
What I was shooting at did not have a stag-like head.
how did those bullets work? She's not too surprised. She will let you know certain creatures, their nature, the idea of fairies and leprechauns. Well, they might still be kind of not really there until we've seen it. We can't discount it. But some creatures of the Fey variety, wrought iron bullets, will actually harm them. You know the legend about werewolves and silver bullets. There is something to a tin, but I will let you know what we've discovered is it is a pure metal alloy. Silver, gold, zinc something, ironically, if you can make a circuit board with it, platinum, it will actually affect a supernatural creature in a sense. It's a pure metal, like gold, but of course silver's the cheaper one out of all of those. Gold and platinum bullets, you got a budget. Just saying. But those can affect a werewolf. Not fully kill them, but they can't seem to heal up from it. It's something to do with that type of stuff. This thing, we got to discover if it's got a special weakness. Some things are bound by a situation. You've got to figure out the situation to let it go home. Here, we've got something that came from a hot tub. So her first opinion is she's going to allow you guys access to the crime. Ooh, why is this category Fantasy Grounds instead of tabletop RPGs, since the sync doesn't look like Fantasy Grounds anywhere? Ah, that's because I've created a custom interface, but everything you see before you is actually built on Fantasy Grounds. And if I just move a little bit up here on my little thing, give me a second. But no, it's basically I've made the custom interface, but the dice rolling and all the other interactions that we have here, the underbelly of this is Fantasy Grounds that we are using. Currently using the Savage Worlds rule set. So Savage Worlds has an icon, but it's got no logo to it, and I don't want to put this up as D&D because it's technically not D&D. It's Savage Worlds, and so we're using Fantasy Grounds, so that is why I've got Fantasy Grounds as the descriptor. If you want a custom interface like this one put together, I usually do them for free and just get name credit if you want. But effectively what you have here is Fantasy Grounds hidden by the interface Shadowzar. Alright, so there we go. That being said, and actually we don't have that up right now, so we might as well. We don't have anything up there right now, so we'll go there. Alrighty. So, that being said, let me pull myself back here. Her thing is she can get you access to the crime site. Overlay, yeah, overlay. But we can get you access to the crime site. But her first thing is it emerged from the pool, and it may be gone or not. So she's going to put you guys back in touch with Albrecht off the record. But he's probably going to allow you guys access to better investigate the place. And in this case, you are looking for clues or things that might be out of place. And like she said, her opinion is to check the pool itself. Also, I would go during the day, and, you know, there are sometimes police patrols during the day, but more so at night, and you don't really want to go investigate the scene at night. But yeah, but if they do, I probably will put Savage Worlds up for it, but because that's what we are using as the game system. Shadzar. So, any other questions at this point? But she's going to send you guys, if you want, this afternoon to go investigate. Edward could be a phone call away if you have any other questions, but investigating the area, in her opinion, would be your first step in trying to figure out more of this.
Is there a significance with the fact that it simply flayed the skin off from their bodies?
Both victims flayed?
Yes.
That would definitely be it. Did it eat its victims?
No.
No, all I saw was that it stabbed.
Big one there. Skinning, without skin, and a knife. These are big categories for our critter. Now, you shot at it. Did it attack you?
It turned my way after the first round and approached me. I emptied the clip of my pistol, had no effect. I emptied both barrels of my shotgun.
Thanks, Chazar.
And it dropped. But then it got back up and walked on past me.
And it did not attack you at all?
It did not attack me.
Was, sadly, your person dead at that time? And true fact, he too was alive for a little bit after he'd been skinned, but died shortly after due to shock.
Probably.
And at that point, Veronica, I could point out that your character also experienced the creature, and it did not kill you.
And I interject. I go, yeah. After I tried to call from the landline, the creature was coming up right behind me. I ran.
So it had the opportunity to attack you as well, but it did not.
It did not. No.
So again, using that Wendigo as an example, a Wendigo wouldn't have cared. It would have killed you all. So for some reason, it did not
it's
kill you
went
guys.
south then? It went. It seemed when I first saw it, it seemed to go straight for Sarah.
And then the next person it went straight for.
Mr.
assume
Carson.
Mr. Carson, because
All right. And, hold on. At that point, you hear that stereotypical phone ring of one of them old bell-type sounding phones. And you see her kind of reach over, and you see her pull the receiver off the phone. And when she lifts the receiver up, you realize that there is a spiral dial on the phone that she's got to answer this call. You have no idea how you would text from something like that. There are letters, or each one of those letters, so maybe you would dial a little extra to get that letter. You know, okay, that's letter B, so I dial that number twice. It was funny because they actually showed a rotary phone to kids, and they tried to figure out how you would have texted with that. And
I've
most kids,
seen that video, and
Yep.
it's hilarious.
I know, it's like, but. So, yep. So, anyways, she picks up the phone. Righty. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. All right. All right. Yes, I got it. When's the change in shifts? Or maybe they can meet you. There is a place near the motel. Yeah, I will let them know. All right. We got a situation here. Albrecht has just kind of sent me a call here. He's just had a couple of flayed bodies at a motel. He can't let you into the site right now, but there is a Denny's nearby, and he can meet you at the Denny's. He would also be the one to get you into site, but I think this could be more to your case. She gives you the address for the Denny's near where a motel. It's kind of on the outskirts of town. Again, it's more in state.
I know where that is.
I've been there a few times. Yep. But it is within several miles of the estate where the murders took place. It's one of those little no-tell motels off to the side. So
I have a question.
You mean like
Can
the-
we get an advance on the paycheck? You know, we're running a little low on cash.
there is a
Talk for
budget.
yourself.
At this point, there isn't a budget.
I'm looking at you weirdly.
Basically,
street
there is a
race,
slight
okay?
budget for expenses, but she needs receipts. And it's kind of a, if you can pay, she'll pay you back out of a petty cash fund for now. But she needs receipts.
Okay,
No,
but I'm broke, so
All right.
Welcome
Well,
to
if you
living
guys
on
could put a
credit card life.
designated person that's not William to look after your cash expenses. No
Hey.
offense, William.
Why can't
I
he
am
look
great
after
with money.
You might be too good with money. That's why I'd like maybe somebody else to look after the petty cash fund.
I basically immediately just go, I keep records.
Good. And make sure you get receipts.
Yep, yeah, of course.
Receipts.
Uh,
All right.
I am used to running my own
Yeah, oh, yeah.
self-contract PI.
Maggot Master in a warehouse. And he's not a threat to you guys. Yeah. By the way, anything that escapes with this minigame might be an episode in our story, to let you know. Okay. So we can kind of cut. We can do a pause if you want to take a break here, and then we can come back from the break and hit the Denny's. Man, I could go for what's that breakfast called? The full stack or whatever. That awesome Denny's breakfast. Grand
I
Slam.
can go for solid food right now.
Oh, poor Ellie. She said, "Yes, work done," and she hasn't had solid work done on her teeth, and that can't. Oh, that's it. So, if you want, we can take a break here. If you want 5 minutes or 10 minutes. How do you guys feel?
5 is fine for me.
5 minutes.
Yep,
Everyone?
5.
Yep, 5. So I'll say we'll round to 9 o'clock Eastern. So 5 after 9, we will continue, guys, and we will be back in just that bit. Do. Oh, that looks there broken, doesn't it? Let's go back to 2. Studio mode, and that's fixed in studio mode. So I don't know why that was broken as it was. I was showing off the t-shirt that I ended up wearing for today. Alrighty. So hopefully VitRabbit shall be back shortly. But there, it looks like VitRabbit has made it back. I don't know. So, as you guys escape the smell fest that was that building, the smell of fresh air has never smelt any better. Sadly, though, Veronica, I do believe it's not that uncommon to the smells you're probably used to. Oh, you're muted. I don't know why I tapped my ears.
I was gonna say it's probably not that different than what I'm kind of used to, so that's why I carry the handkerchief with me.
Yeah, I think exactly. There we go. That was just having a little bit of an error there, it would seem. There we go. Just got some of that background music. So after you effectively escape that smell fest, that was the building you had. You are able to make it out and head off to the car. Who rides shotgun?
I grabbed the front seat, passenger seat.
Because ironically,
like she
John.
rides shotgun.
I was about to say John should ride shotgun. I mean, so you grab the front seat. So that puts.
And like I'm small enough, I can grab the front seat and like pull the thing and like
and a lot more
up
room in the back. That's good.
to let them in the back.
By the way, you are able to replenish the bullets that you
Wait,
had
am I
wasted
supposed
that
to have
day.
a back seat?
You have a bench. You have one of those mini bench things.
I was thinking more if I took it out for nitro.
This would cause problems then. If this is your next project, that would make sense. So we have a problem then.
In that case, there, I instinctively just go towards the bus. I've got a bus pass.
I'm getting in the car with Dean because
Yeah.
we came together. So
Yeah.
Guess I'm getting on the bus.
So
Well, I mean,
Veronica.
obviously the nitro doesn't take up the entirety of the back seat, but there's
you
no
just
actual
said you took it
seat.
out.
There's no
there's
actual
no
seat
seat.
there.
Yeah.
There's space to be there. There's just no seat.
Might have a. If a cop pulled you over, you may have an
That's
issue.
assuming the cop would catch me.
Oh, you're one of those street racers.
So, our first problem. But hey,
Hey, we can't. I can't make everything easy for you.
so effectively. Hold on a second. Comes from like the window that's kind of opened. You can tell which window it is for the gout of cigarette smoke that just suddenly escapes into the alleyway. And you just see, with a sigh, a pair of keys are being dropped down to you guys. And
I thought
beside
the car
you,
wasn't available for use.
she's just realized that they're gonna fit you guys into his car. Please don't get it damaged. She does have a generic 84 four-door sedan type car that actually has knitted doilies, styled seat covers, and it's a
So
bench.
it's nicer than my car.
It's like a four-door instead of the two-door Calais kind of car. Like you can get the two doors that were like the super long doors. This is actually the four-door version, and they got bench seats in the front and the back, which has got this nice doily cover, kind of knitted on the front and back seats, and it smells of cigarette smoke. Every ounce of that car is an ashtray in smell. But you're able to drive this bucket of a car Please don't get it damaged. And I don't care if a gargoyle jumps on it. That's still damage.
So we're supposed to make the gargoyle not jump on your car.
Yeah. So now you have a 4-door sedan, which is fuel gas.
I go pick up the keys for it.
Yeah.
And is it the only car nearby, or like?
Yeah. She kind of directs you. Yeah, that one. Because there's a nice. You had probably had a nice. No, you wouldn't. Not park back here. We got 4 other crappy cars, but this car, and it's that mustard brown type of color to the car as well. With the fake material top part, that's the off beige color.
It's a nicer car than mine in that it works.
It works, and that's what counts.
And my car is not very nice either. Mine's falling apart.
To the point that it's not really an equipment item.
Well, exactly.
It's a possible equipment. Hey, Eric. Alrighty. So you guys drive off to the Denny's. As you guys basically make your way over there, it's about mid-afternoon. By the time you get to the parking lot, there are police cruisers across the street at the no-tell motel type of thing. It's that little sketchy. We won't mention any real motels because, you know, that would be just wrong to have a murder take place at someone else's motel. But there's a nice red and 8-colored kind of theme going on. But
it's an infinity logo.
Yes, that's what it is. So, but it's one of those little sketchy motels on the edge of the road as you're leaving New York City and heading more into New York State. It's a nice crossover spot. There is the coroner, not the ambulance, but the coroner's van is kind of pulled up in there, and forensics is going through there. And Albrecht is sitting on the little Denny's bar, like in a single stool bar type thing by the counter and all that kind of thing. That's where he's kind of sitting with a coffee as he's kind of waiting for you guys to show up.
I immediately...
I'm going to do my best to keep my face hidden.
Cause he's like, hey, aren't you so-and-so's son? Shut up. Your mom's meatloaf is real good.
I immediately sit down next to him.
He isn't surprised to see that you're now working with that crew in that perfect sense, and he suddenly sees the rest of you guys coming in, and as a cop, he does his investigative look at the person that's trying not to make eye contact, what to him is suspect. Is suspect, I'm just saying.
And I can just imagine Dean's car, instead of, like a fragrance sense, his fragrance sense is motor oil.
Dean smells of motor oil.
Me?
You smell of gun oil.
Rubber,
Veronica probably smells of
it's burning rubber. Thank you very much.
And then I'm thinking, oh, lavender oil. And I'm saying, and William smells of Jurgen's lotion. Wait. All right, so baby oil. But no, anyways, so he sees you guys, and William, he does seem to. He has a slight confused group for why you're with them.
I don't know. I play video games all day. You know that.
Actually, he does, sadly, because your other life he doesn't know. The irony being,
it would be fun. I don't know.
Well, he actually is a little concerned about talking with William around, but then William's part of the team, so okay. Because at this point, you see one of the cops is like coming from the washroom area, and he's like you can see that there's water stains on his uniform where he's used something to wipe and clean his uniform, and he looks, literally, there's a slight green tinge to his face, as he's not doing well with what he's seen in that motel. And he tells you that it looks like our friend from the Carson murders has struck again at this motel. What he's got so far is... Ooh, those are the images and maps. There we go. is that there are 2 flayed bodies that we're going to need dentals to confirm, but the ID in their clothes, which were found in a pile off to the side, sensing that they were probably naked at the time of the attack. Forensics is also showing signs of semen and other things, meaning that the 2 were active probably at the time of death. He's got a Frank.
They died happy.
He says that we have a Frank Elmsworth.
Well, she was a whore.
He had a Frank Elmsworth and a Sam Finkel. Both men are married, but of course not to each other.
Well, I was wrong, not a whore.
What was the
You
name?
say men can't be whores?
It was Frank Elmsworth and Sam Finkel. Both are married with wives. But apparently it looks like they were getting together for some sort of get-together that was not, known by their wives, probably.
You said Sam Finkel?
Sam Finkel and Frank Elmsworth. And if anyone's watching and that's your name, the names of the following are, I'm just saying, it's just random names that were picked out. Just the awkward moment
what's
when...
the second guy's name?
Frank
Sam Finkel
Elmsworth.
and Frank Elmsworth. If you check the doc that I shared in Discord.
Oh.
Do I need to take notes?
There are, literally,
According to that
all the
document,
clues are going to
none
be
of us
given,
take
and then you might, like I said, and then, armed with the clues, I will allow you to try and do a Google search to see if you can find what you might be hunting.
For the record, I'm only taking notes from Veronica's perspective.
That's cool. I'm sorry, that's cool. Not Finkel and Einhorn. I don't know that one. By the way, Eric, I did chuckle earlier when I saw you. I need bait for fishing when you took down the Maggot Master. Man! That got me chuckling at Eric. And, hey, good evening to you, or early morning. Thank you for popping in. Alright. So, yeah. They were basically murdered at night. The room itself does have a very bloody... It has the same modus operandi as what was hit at the Carson estate. The biggest collection of blood seems to have come from the bathtub. As if it was filled with blood at one point.
So, sources of water.
It turned to blood. Okay.
Do we have any pictures or anything?
No, unfortunately...
Any surveillance cameras?
We are grabbing that information as we speak. I can give you some information. I can't get you guys to investigate the site, nor can I get you access to any of the footage yet, because we're just acquiring it. But believe me, we will check. Currently, though, there's image. What we've got so far is we've got images of the men meeting separately, driving their cars and parking in separate areas, and both entering the room, and that's
And
it.
I just look at them and I go, you and I both know that's likely an affair.
Yeah.
Hey. Maybe one of them's a man whore.
Both of them seem to be blue-collar workers. They've done an investigation. He is mentioning the comment that he's not too sure. He hasn't spoken to the wives yet, because that's going to be the tough thing to next break it to the wives.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he paused. He's not too sure if you're familiar with the term of a beard. But both of them...
Familiar.
Yeah. he tells you that both men are in respective positions, that if they did have this type of affair going on, it may have affected their standing in business, and he's not too sure if the wives may have been aware of their sexuality or whether it was being kept secret. That type of thing, he's going to have to go, but he is going to be approaching both wives and to find out what he can. But if they aren't aware...
Well, while he's explaining that, I start Googling their names just to see, like, you know.
I haven't really got that much down, but effectively, both of them, like I said, one's a manager at a big store, sports store, and the other guy is a barista at Starbucks. But, manager. He's a manager.
Hold on a second. They don't seem to be in positions where if they were having
Corporate management.
right, they don't seem to be in
The
a position
barista's all
where
cool. I mean, because it's a great environment there. But the other guy at the sports store, it's all men, it's all jocks, it's all... Like, the one guy may have an issue, the barista probably doesn't. But,
It's probably more an issue just with their wives.
yeah.
So my character is going to lean over and say, beard.
Albrecht actually looks a little off guard because he's kind of used a reference, which is kind of, you know, not a cool reference, but sometimes, not that much nowadays, but earlier, some homosexuals did marry, and with the knowledge that their wife was posing, and the wife could have little affairs on her own, as they basically had her to cover for their own integrations. And they make good friends and stuff like that. Sometimes it's a mutual understanding for their relationship. But it was one way to hide one's sexuality.
In reference to using a beard to hide your face.
Yes. So, other than that, that is all that they know. Ace Ventura. Oh, Finkel and Einhorn. I gotcha. Yes. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Pet Detective and yeah, just... I got Pet Detective flashbacks with different scenes, actually.
Do you happen to know the amount of money they made on a yearly basis? No reason, just curious.
Well, Elmsworth, the sports guy, he made good income. Mr. Finkel was a store manager, and he at least got a pound of coffee a week. Sorry. If he's been there over 15 years, you get a free espresso machine. Espresso machine.
Do we know if there's any connections between these individuals and
No,
the
there's
Carsons?
because one of them is a barista at Starbucks. That could be a connection to anybody if they like Starbucks coffee. In a sense, you know what I mean. But other than that, Carson. If you're thinking Carson,
well, I was leaning more towards like the Carson Elmworth. Like, is there any chance that
Carson could have visited Starbucks easily, same as his wife. Elmsworth and the sports store, it's not really Carson's thing. He'd probably have really high-end products that would probably be more on, you know, like Rodeo Drive than Sports Smarts or whatever it is, you know.
But like, would they go to like the same, I don't know, golf course?
The same Starbucks, maybe. Again, that'd be it. If Starbucks suddenly became the prime suspect, but you know.
Which Starbucks did?
He worked
Sam
in one
work at?
just on the edge of the New York proper, like the city.
So how close would that be to like the Carson estate?
That would be a good 20 and change for miles away, type of thing.
It's not a super long drive.
No, it's not super far away. But
Is the Starbucks close to where... Hold on a second. Elmsworth worked.
yep,
All right, then.
it would be most likely a very good stop for Elmsworth to grab coffee.
Coffee.
But other than that, he also knows about your other request, and because he's got a detail that's here, you can actively pull from a currently closed crime scene to allow you guys a window of opportunity as he calls the people from the Carson estate to cover this motel, and he quickly gets somebody else to go to the Carson, meaning in the next couple of hours, there'll be a gap. And that's the best he can do for you guys. As he quietly says that over the coffees.
How much of a gap?
He says about 2 hours from from when they leave. So he's gonna, when they show up here, he's then gonna try and get someone, and at best he's gonna have the next shift changeover would have been in a couple of hours. So he's gonna have people, okay, we're gonna have a gap, but the next shift can you come in a little early or whatever. So you got 2 hours window from when you leave here. In a way of speaking, he's gonna do the call. And that's about it. And if he gets any more information about this, he will keep you updated.
I just look at him and I go, thank you.
And at this point, because of course, William, you're not a kid. You're a freaking Nick Frost. So you're, just a mature guy that's down on his luck living with his parents again for a bit, right? So you're not like a kid. It's just he's a little surprised to see you here. Yeah. Oh, okay. But yeah, he knows you.
So we'll see you on Sunday for Meatloaf?
Yeah, actually, yeah. So we are going to be able to bring that turnip salad that we talked about last time.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
And I look at them again, like, because I have this relationship with the commissioner where it's like it's a somewhat professional, but kind of like I know I'm a pain in his ass most
exactly.
of the time.
Yet here, he's like, oh yeah.
And like seeing him be chummy with anybody is like
Odd.
Yeah, at most it's like a bit of mutual respect for each other's work and like a professional sort of. So I'm like,
alrighty. And what happened to the music again? It just went quiet. I think I'm getting... because I had that issue and I had to start it, the whole loop, the playlist, and random order wasn't happening. So we will just replay, and then now we'll go into random. Alrighty. So, that being said, I'm going to bring up the other screen with the interface. Alright, let's hope the little issue we had earlier with the cameras not lining up in Zoom fixes itself. As we do the transition over. Oh no, Rabbit, the top of your head's chopped off now from where you're sitting. There we go. That works. That works. I was going to adjust your image, but that worked perfect, actually. I already had to adjust it, Ellie's, so she's got a little bit more headroom, so when that thing drops in, you're covered.
I have this bad habit of, like, bouncing in.
And Puma, you're all good. And Lugnut, you're just great right there, Alrighty, so the reason I brought that up is we can then bring up the estate image. How do you guys want to approach this? Again, you've got access to the maps of the area, which has the first floor with the car garage and main areas in that. And what's the
We got a werewolf.
Sorry. Really? Oh, that's always awesome. Alrighty.
Where's Bit Rabbit when you need him?
On the way there, I'm going to basically suggest we because we know the police are coming, so we shouldn't go in all the way. I'm going to kind of suggest we go basically where I was parked last time, because I know it's off the beaten trail sort of thing, and it's a bit of a hike in and out.
For a reporter, you seem a little bit sketchy.
That's true. A reporter. You're not really a reporter.
I actually do. I was like, I'm more a private investigator than a reporter. I just sometimes write articles to pay bills when the jobs aren't coming.
Is that like a actor who works at Starbucks and says they're an actor?
I'm researching a part.
Similar, except I actually have had. I just look and I go, I've done jobs before.
You've done.
But yes, it's similar.
Define jobs.
Similar, I guess. I have my own business.
Actually, John, you know why she's was hired.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying why I was hired, but
To protect your client's never mind.
they are dead, but I still have my sense of professionalism.
Yes, it could almost be a flaw.
Almost.
I'm thinking that Dean and he would probably pull right up next to the garages, and we'd start by looking at the garages because.
Is that correct?
I mean, because I used to
would
work
probably
here,
have a
Dean.
button to open a garage.
In your on your keychain with your other car, which you've got the keys to your other car because it's left parked in the other place probably, or whatever for the key. You mean?
I think he thinks that they traveled separately.
I always drive my car.
Yeah, I figured that.
It doesn't matter
so
where
you
I'm
drove
going, I
your
drive
car,
my car.
and who then is driving the other car? You are?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, no problem. Yeah. Unless, yeah. All right. So, yeah. So, both cars. Gotcha. So, Veronica was suggesting parking outside, yet we have Dean that is driving up to the building. What's going on? Is that happening? Is like, you're suggesting that, and Dean's like, oh.
Well, I mean, if they're in the other cars,
Like,
Unless the only thing that
I'm
could
just
happen,
saying,
I guess,
'cause-
is John and I could call each other, but I'm driving, so I can't use my phone.
I mean, I imagine. I don't know.
I'm just saying because Dean worked, here in the garage. I worked here. Nobody would really question if they saw his car there and
Yeah.
me and him there.
yeah, that's true.
The other two, on the other hand,
So, are we saying that John and Dean are in the
That
one
depends,
car?
because if it's an active crime, if they're still
Yeah, it's an active crime
investigating
scene.
it,
Yeah, you're not supposed to
then-
be there.
you wouldn't be okay that you were there. That would
Yeah.
be the whole point of being
Yeah.
guarded,
Yeah.
because you'd contaminate the evidence and stuff.
Yeah. So basically, I'm saying
But I
that
got my
John and Dean are probably in Dean's car, and William's riding with plenty of room with Veronica in
Oh, yeah.
the big car that smells of ashtrays and doilies
And
But-
I suspect you agree with me on parking
and
kind of at
mothballs.
the edges.
There is a
because,
slight mothball smell
You
as
don't
well.
want to get caught.
You should park where you think we should park. I don't do this sort of thing very often. I like to sit in my basement and play video games.
Okay.
Alrighty. Dean, you use your little key, and you see your car is the only car in the garage.
But I'm
You
driving
see
my car.
that there are some yellow number plates placed where the other cars are, and there also seems to be bloody tires, but only one set that seem to be pulled away from this area, not both
Where'd they
sets.
take the other cars?
They were full of blood
I bet they impounded them.
to investigate more. They've taken pictures of where their location was in the scene, and other things have been taken, but the two vehicles have been removed, but for some reason, your car, which lacks any real blood around it, is just sitting there.
Your other car.
I'm gonna toss these keys to John, and I'm gonna just turn
You're going to
Turn-
take your
make
car
sure my
from a crime
make
scene?
sure my
Oh.
car still runs.
Yep, runs and no blood.
And yes, I do plan on taking my car.
Well, you
You
are
might
a
have to have a
smart
conversation
cookie.
with the other people, because that might be hard to question from an active crime scene if a car is missing. But
we'll be out of here before
I'm not
anyone gets
thinking
back.
about that right now. I'm thinking about my car is sitting here, easy to take back.
you still have
Right up
paperwork.
until they remember whose car it is.
You have the paperwork, even though technically he took it from you. You still have the license and registration, technically. Well, you know where it is. And it's still got you. Alrighty. As for the other two, you guys walk your way up, Veronica and William.
I'm just gonna say, I want to look at something over here and work my way around to the window I climbed out of the last time I was here.
So what are you saying to Veronica? You want to check out a
I'm
different...
just gonna check over here real quick.
Veronica, how do you respond to this?
We should probably, as we're going and talking about this, I'm putting on my gloves.
Meanwhile,
This is a-
all right, now
Luckily,
Lugnut's
I just
fingerprints
have
are
to
all
pee.
over his car.
Putting on my gloves, making sure my phone's
What
on
would be more
silent.
suspicious? My car not having my prints in it, or my car having my prints all over it?
That's true. That you got a point there.
Unless they already printed it, and then they wanted to know why they were new fingerprints.
Because they always go back to double print things.
Have you
I don't
seen
know,
some of
cops.
the blunders
I
they do?
just go, I think we should.
Oh yeah. If there's a reason, they might. Yes, but yeah.
We should probably meet up with the others. They did kind of just drive into an active crime scene.
Look, lady, I just have to go pee.
Fine. Do that by the road or something, not in the active crime scene.
That's why I said I wanted to go over here, alright?
Okay, I'll meet you inside. And
Fabulous.
I just keep going.
All right, so you go in through the front door.
Is that like?
There's
no
yellow
branches?
tape,
Oh,
and the door itself does look like it's open a bit, as the tape looks like it's walk-throughable, and probably the people here have used it to walk in and get into the place for a bit and all that.
How's the lighting in the area? Like it's still daytime-ish.
Oh
right?
yeah, it's mid-afternoon.
Okay.
But it's mid-afternoon in the fall, meaning sunset will probably be around 5 p.m., 6 p.m. It'll get dark about just after 6.
I also take my hat and I really bring it close to my
Nice
eyes.
little fedora. Yep.
And yeah, I guess I just kind of I look around. I don't see the other two anywhere. I don't
Nope.
see them.
Nope, but you see where the car's parked. You see where they've parked, and the garage is open, so it's dead obvious where they are.
Okay, then I go that way.
You go that way? Yeah. Okay, you see how that the entrance is there. So if you take a look, you guys are on the first floor. You've got the garage in, and the stair. As you can see, the one stairwell to the north was where Lugnut his character had gone and walked out to the stairwell that led upstairs. But yeah. And his car is effectively the one parked farthest away. The other two cars had been closer to the building. Hence, when it came to the point of him fight or flight, he decided to go into the building because that was the closest thing from the car he was working on. But you guys see the blood and you see the tires because you guys never saw this part. But Dean, do you make any comment about the cars bleeding or anything like that?
No.
No. Okay.
There's
blood on the cars, and you can see the pools of blood. You see an oil leak on your car. Veronica, you've seen that many a time in your own driveway. You see blood leaks where the oil leak could have been.
As soon as I see them, I just go, "What are you guys doing? This is a crime scene."
At that point, you hear the dinging from his car as the doors open. Ding, ding, as he's kind of just checking his car out, and literally he's adjusting the seat and all that kind of stuff. What are you checking for, William?
I'm going for the safe that I didn't get to.
Apparently, you're.
Also, I've put on my gear.
I'm now picturing Nick Frost in ninja gear.
Right, that's about right.
And your rope is still there. And you also notice there's one of those little yellow cards by the window. And you notice there is some dust on the rope and stuff like that in spots.
They tried to fingerprint my rope?
Yeah. Because the rope literally was left there. You didn't really take it. You know what I mean?
I was out.
Yeah, exactly. And yours is basically the greenhouse acts as a great cover as you're climbing up the greenhouse behind you. Which you also notice a lot of the plants in that greenhouse are brown and wilted. Which may be par for the course. You've had a frost and probably no groundskeeper in a couple of weeks.
Right, and it's been a couple of weeks, so...
Yeah. But it's a lot of brownery in that greenhouse. There doesn't seem to be a bit of green.
No green?
No green. This is just a quick...
Noted.
Noted, yep. As you climb back up, you're on the top floor, effectively. There is lots of blood. It's now a dark brownish color. There's a lot of police. Basically, there's a bunch of little nameplates and, little number pieces, the little letters, the little icons where photographs were taken. There is an outline where the one body was for the bed, and there's kind of an outline that's kind of placed on there. It's not as cool as you see in Hollywood. It's just a generic little blob type outline. It's not the full. It's just a body kind of was here. That's it. You know, it's just like, because it's on half on the bed and half on the floor. So it's just a general marking. They've got photos and all that stuff to corroborate where the body was.
Right.
And you can actually roll your skills on the safe. Meanwhile, Veronica, let's... your target number for the safe is an 8.
Done.
Yep. There's... inside the safe, you see emptiness. There were supposed to be bonds and there were supposed to be items in here, but the safe has been cleaned out. Now, unfortunately, because you weren't able to open the safe on the night, you don't know if this is a pre or post. The safe was told to you by that angry woman.
Well, this safe was an 8. There aren't a whole lot of safe crackers in the area that can crack an 8.
Unless a person may know the combination.
Like an angry lover.
Potentially,
Erica
Erica.
Is there a false back or anything?
Do the perception skill in here is perception, isn't it? Yeah. Notice, that's what it is. Notice, and no, unable to notice anything obvious. But to be honest, I probably would have given you a bonus. It doesn't have that many options for a secret area, so your target number was probably a little lower. You had a bonus to give you that 1 point for the 4 for the success. No, there is no other secret compartment. There was at least a necklace in here that she was interested in getting, and that's what you knew about. The necklace is not here, and the safe's empty.
The question is, was it empty the night that I came?
Or exactly that. Unfortunately, that's the thing you do not have. All right, so downstairs we have Dean. His car seems to be fueled up, ready to go, all that kind of stuff. John, you're just looking around, and Veronica, what are you doing? Where do you
Scolding them.
Okay, you're being scolded right now.
I don't see what the problem is. This is my car to begin with.
It's a crime scene. You know what happens when the police come back here and they see something different, like your car being moved or anything like that there? They're going to go, who owned the car? Let's go find them.
She is arguably quite logical in that comment. You can do a written request to gain your car back.
Can I call the one dude, the commissioner?
The commissioner, the Albrecht? You might be able to do that, yes. But not if you steal it now. It's not a case of...
Her logic has no flaw to it. So I'm gonna turn it off, get out, and then call it commissioner right away.
You can just picture the commissioner. He's going to call from you. Well, actually, you don't actually have the direct commissioner's call. You'd have to go through the patch board. You could
Fine, I'm
go
going to call
through...
a patch board and tell them I need to speak to the commissioner.
And they ask who? And then, okay, give me a second. He is currently on site. They will take the information, and do you have a number they can get back to? And he'll get back to you when he can.
I'm going to rattle off my number.
Yep, you got it. All right, so there we go. The process is done. You know the eyebrow wave he's going to get? He called from the crime site. Why did he call from the crime site?
It's the same that I'm doing right now.
Alrighty, John. What are you doing now? It looks like the car's not going to be taken. Where do you guys wish to progress into the house?
I'm also going to put my hand out for the keys back from John.
I'll toss him the keys.
Because you remember he gave him the keys for the other car. Yeah.
Seeing as I can't take this one, I have to keep driving my second.
I'm going to just like, you should probably also not be parked in here.
Oh, he's not. He's parked outside.
I'm not parked in here. I'm parked out there.
Yeah.
See, I have this clicker thing, and I'm just going to click it a few times and watch the garage door go like this.
This is the
I look
making
at-
of a perfect
Do you have any gloves?
Scooby-Doo investigative team. Who's Shaggy? All right.
Hey, while all this is going on, I've pretty much been. I'm one that I've got this, bad habit of, like playing around with my pistol.
The out of the holster spin into the holster thing.
Yep. So I'm just fiddling around with my pistol and, looking around to see if,
Well, now everyone can make a notice check. For the garage, people in the garage, you can do a notice check. Your target number is a 4.
Also, I would just like to make a note. I have my watch set to buzz every 15 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Just to keep track of time.
I will also keep track if you're quietly sneaking away from somebody and it goes off. Damn it! Alarms!
It's on silent.
Oh,
it's
okay.
just a buzz.
Vibration. Okay. So everybody notices.
Trying to pull up my character sheet here. One second.
Oh yeah, no problem. Just checking. See.
This one here.
Just a target number 4 for the garage area. Wow, explodey dice. Yeah. Besides the blood that seems to emanate from the wall, if you ever have a water dampness leak going on and you get those little patches on the concrete wall, on a cinder block wall or whatever, it's kind of got that, like where moisture may have come through, it suddenly became like a blood. And the oil patches that I mentioned, so the 2 people that didn't may have thought that, okay, those look like oil leaks on a car. These cars were pulled away, but there's blood leaks, so maybe the car leaked blood. It is kind of something, even though it has not been said, you could probably ascertain that could have gone on there.
And I'll straight up say that, because I did talk about my phone.
I didn't say a word,
Yeah.
Betty.
And I go, I bet it looks like that's blood there. So like,
Yeah, that one came out of, and
Lamborghini.
yeah, I'm gonna name which
Yeah.
car was in what spot, and like they came out of the blocks of the engines, and
so like I think everything was bleeding. Like my phone, the walls, the
my
phone
car didn't
inside.
bleed.
Yeah, his car doesn't have a spot of blood about it, and that section of the garage doesn't have that much blood. It almost, you can start to see there's you got his car, you got that area, then you've got a few light strips of blood, and then the closer you get to the center of the house, there's more blood to be seen. It's almost like an area effect or something had been going on, because you got 7s in those notices. So the people that had 7s.
Would
John,
we know what area effects are? Would that be Mr. Video Game?
Mr. Video Game. But no, it's just, it seems to be closer to the center of the house, there's more blood. The further away does not seem to be.
And
Mr. Video Game only got a 3 on his notice check.
Oh, that was
He's not in
upstairs.
the-
That's something
he's
else.
also upstairs.
This was about a safe, not a garage in the house.
Like
I
now,
look,
you realize, of course, you do have a bonus skill that's not going to be unskilled called video games knowledge. All right.
Oh, of course.
there's a door in
I just
the
noticed,
front
by
of
the way, I
house.
called this the first flute, not the first floor. Apparently, this image is called the first flute. Also, it was bad because the little sticky note on the case folder says that you guys had first-had experience, not first-hand experience, but apparently you had first-had. Spell
We had
check
had
worked.
experience, so no longer having experience is what's going on, guys.
No, it wasn't had. That's true. It's had is double negative. All right.
I go up to the door that would lead into the house, and I check to see if it's unlocked, and I turn it slowly. I'm
Yep.
cautious.
Yep. That one is cautious. There isn't that much fear in the house besides seeing the blood, but literally as that door opens, it's a brightly lit room. The lights are back on, so it's kind of looking like, Home and Garden with blood. You know what I mean? Oh, this is a very nice house. There's blood dripping.
I snap a few pictures with my phone
Yeah.
as I'm going.
Now, the blood does seem to be strong in areas and not that strong in other areas. Further to the edges of the house, it seems to get faint, yet there seems to be a path from the gourmet kitchen breakfast area where there's a door out towards the pool, and up the stairs to the bedroom, there's kind of more blood there. But the further you go to the 2-story family room and the study, in that direction is less and less blood. Same goes towards the laundry room. You start to see less. Now, the 3-car garage, directly above it, is the bedroom. So as you got closer to the victim, it started reaching also into the garage below it. As you can see, that seems to be going on. Rabbit, you hear footsteps downstairs now. Do you guys head up to the bedroom?
I'm heading towards sort of like
Out to the pool?
I'm looking around, and yeah, I'm heading towards the pool where I first saw, because like that's where my experience was.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Was the person not at his post John? Was he the person I was prepared to be looking for? Or was it someone else entirely?
Oh, no, John would have been the bodyguard that you would have to be careful to watch. She did know about John.
Right, but what I'm trying to figure out... Because I was actually coming in when I should have had to be worried about him before everything really started going down.
Mm-hmm. That was, yeah, and he ran to the... And that was your... Oh, lucky! You know what I mean?
Okay, so I'm actually going to check and see if there's any other cubby holes here.
I need you to do a notice, or there isn't a search or investigate.
It is notice.
Yeah, notice. Investigate's actually doing studying and researching and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it'll be a notice again. There is a desk.
Alright, I'll start
With
checking out the desk.
Like, first thing, for other bits and pieces, desk draws. There is a wad of hundreds. Nice little money clip there. At a quick glance, it could easily be pocketed if you want it.
Alright, done.
Done. Alright. You have basically 10 grand.
I'm going to take
clip.
the money.
10 grand money clip.
I'm not taking the clip.
Oh, okay. There's also a journal-like book that's got one of those little straps around it that you can peel open and open the book. There seems to be... But it also, in your experience, looks like a bookie book.
What's in the book?
A bunch of names and amounts owed.
Any names that jump out at me?
Yep. Apparently, some of the payments are going to a Daniel grouper.
Daniel Grouper, you say? Are going to or coming from?
Going to. Like, this money's being collected and all that stuff, and it's going to him. You also notice that Carson is also in the debts field. Like, 'cause he's keeping track of his own debts, and some of his debts are being paid off to Grouper.
I'm confused.
This is
Maybe I don't understand how this works.
Pardon?
So, is he the debtor, and he's just keeping
It
track
goes
of his
both
debts?
ways.
It goes basically.
It goes
This is his
both
book, and he's got money coming to him, but he's also got his debts tracked. So you see money that's coming into him. He's making notes of it, but at the same time, he's noting how much money came in and how much money he's paying back to Grouper.
So, let me see if I'm using this word correctly.
Yeah.
He would be a debtor
Correct.
to Daniel.
Grouper.
Okay,
Yep. And that's Daniel Grouper.
right. Are any of the drawers locked?
This one was locked,
Okay.
but you didn't have to pick it. It looked like it had been damaged and opened.
Did it look like typical police brutality?
Nope. It looks like somebody may have. It looks like somebody may have wedged something to open it. There's a little bit of damage, but as far as you can see, there's a bookie book, and there was a money clip not taken, but something else was taken from here, if or not. You don't know. Like,
What was in the drawer?
that wasn't worth the money clip or a bookie book, because even though he was a debtor to this one guy, all these other people, you could use that information as blackmail.
Right, which is what I might have done if that's what I did.
But you don't.
But you just play video games.
Right,
Yeah.
I just play video games.
Do you keep the book or leave it?
Well, the cops have already been through it, I'm sure. And
Wait,
I've already
hold on,
taken the
10
money, so I'll
100s?
take the book too.
Did I do that right? 10 100s is 10 100s is
1,000.
1,000, not 10 grand. Sorry, it's $1,000 that are in. Is in that muddy one? I did my math. I did my zeros wrong, so it's only 1,000.
That's fine. I wasn't excited about getting $10,000 out of nowhere.
Guys, dinner's on me, and you treat them to Denny's. Sorry.
They don't need to know how much money I made.
Well, if you go to the Denny's in Niagara Falls, where it's 3 times the regular price, and that's the Canadian side. Okay. All right. So, meanwhile, back to the kitchen area. John, I take it you basically, since Veronica seems to lead that way there, you're probably following her into the kitchen area. You find the phone. The phone itself has been hung up, but there is a few little note things. Like basically, the phone's hung up. But yeah.
Again, I'm still just taking pictures of
And you also notice there are some markings on the floor. It looks like they've done something or done some sort of a marking on a footprint. As basically there is some lines that something's been sprinkled and put onto this. Because where you were standing by the phone, there's literally a perfect set of footprints in blood that have dried there. So they look like they took a print or something off the foot. And you can still see it there.
Does it look like a human foot, or does it look like a shoe print?
It looks like a human foot.
Okay.
Almost like the thing you can draw as a kid. You know, you use your hand to do this part, and then you do the dots for the toes. But but it seems to have more of a veiny, or you can see the sinew in the footprint. You know what I mean? Like you can.
So that was probably when the creature was standing behind me.
Yep.
And I literally
which also means, compared to this whole place, it was standing behind you for the longest amount of time. Meaning it could have killed you quite a few times before you realized it was standing behind you.
I literally shudder like
So it was just watching you for a bit.
It was probably trying to figure out who I was.
I'm gonna tell John I need to go get something, and I'm gonna head upstairs.
Okay.
And I want to go into the bedroom to try to find his little book.
You got it. All right. I need a notice check from you, William. Target number is 4. Because you're not sneaking. You're just walking up the stairs. Someone's coming up the stairs.
Out the window.
You got it. All right. You get...
Do you want me to roll my stealth roll?
At this point, as he's coming up the stairs, you had enough notice to be heading out. But yeah, if you do a stealth roll, then that gives no real... Yep, okay. So you come up, Dean. You closed the safe, right? No, yeah, I take it you closed everything? Yeah. All right, so Dean, you come up. First off, you notice that the crime scene has kept a window open, and then you see that there's a rope attached. Like, you just notice there's that yellow card that brings your attention to the open window, and there's a rope on it. Which, that's something new to you, right? But right now you want to check his desk. You know it's a lock.
I want to look for the safe, because I figure that somebody that does bookkeeping would keep their book of that type in a safe.
All right. You find that the safe is here. Yeah.
I want to try to open it.
All right. Meanwhile, William, you've gotten down the rope now. Or did you just hide over the edge? Or how did you do? Just leave now, or what?
I think I've done everything I need to do in there that I need to be sneaky about.
Yeah. And did you take the book with you, you said, or not?
Oh, yeah. I got the books in my backpack.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to switch out of my things.
Yeah.
And I'm going to...
There's a phone booth right at the center. Okay.
Not use my phone at the crime scene because reasons. I am going to go around the front. To go inside to find the investigative reporter lady.
Yeah.
Because I am not checking out this greenhouse by myself.
Okay.
It might be stupid.
Nope.
But I'm not doing it.
You got it. All right.
Just
So-
as a note, I am using my the cleanest part of my oil rag to open stuff, seeing as I got yelled at for touching things.
All right, you're looking at an 8.
Oh wow!
Now, do you have lock picking?
No.
All right. So with your unskilled die roll, you have to hit a target number of 8 to figure out the combination. Did I see exploding dice? Oh wow, you
Damn.
had a hope. You had a hope there.
Oh man! Almost.
You can't figure out the save.
Well, I
Alright.
can't figure out the safe, so I'm gonna look elsewhere.
Okay. All right. All right. So you're gonna look. Meanwhile, at this point, Veronica, you kind of hear William kind of coming into the room as he's kind of looking around. Did you come in through the front door where the yellow tape was, or did you go through the garage?
If the garage was open, I might have gone into.
Roll odd even. Effectively, this is Lugnut when he was playing open close open close. Where did he find?
No,
the
I
music?
would have left it open, knowing that
Oh,
my
okay.
camera's right
Then
there.
never
so we
mind.
can go back out that way.
Yep. Okay. So it's open. Yeah, it's open.
All right.
And basically, both John and Veronica are in the kitchen area now. Anything you're doing, John? I think Veronica was heading towards the door to leave to the pool.
I'm heading towards the pool.
She's heading outside right now. And John, are you following her still? Because the party's
I'm
split up
following
again.
her because of the first thing I saw of this whole thing was at the pool also.
All right, so
With
they're
the-
just you're heading to the kitchen, and they're just leaving to head
I
out
see
to the
them?
pool area. Yeah, you see them. Yeah.
Oh, hey guys.
I look around and go,
Hey, William.
So you guys head off to the pool area, or do you tell them now,
Fun
or
and
just
new
follow
in
them?
the house?
What was that?
Anything fun and new in the house?
do you not see all of the blood? Make sure you don't touch anything. I notice he's not wearing any gloves or anything like that.
Because you took out your ninja stuff, right?
Oh, of course.
Yes.
I've never been in here before. How do I know what it looked like before? I mean, some people have some really weird.
Notice check for you, Dean.
I go, Betty has hired you for something. What are you good at? What can you look around?
Oh my God! Okay.
I am really good at video games. Also, there's a greenhouse out back. Everything's dead. Like,
And if I was playing a video
everything.
game, you could always word it. And if I was,
and I know that when you play a video game, it's too soon for
And if you take a look at the
everything to be
map-
dead.
if you take a look at the map, it's one of those long rectangular glass houses, like conservatory glass houses type of thing. And it's pretty long. It's like half the length of the house, so it's a
Not
big.
everything should be dead.
Okay. First off, first off, you look everywhere but the drawer of the desk until last, because usually when you find what you're looking for, you stop looking. And with a roll as good as that,
I found everything.
think, and then what you were looking
Then
for.
I was looking for.
Apparently, in the closet closest to you is a false back. The one that you were hiding in, William, for the record.
That makes sense.
I'm gonna.
I wouldn't have gone back in
Obviously, I'm
there,
gonna
actually.
move it.
But no, the book, it feels like it's a secret passage, or there's a secret area to this back. That's where he could keep the book.
Yeah, I'm gonna look in there.
You look in there, and there's a small shrine. It's a small little bowl, and it looks like it's got dried blood in it. There's a bunch of black candles, and there is some sort of little wicker wrapping type thing with some small animal bones used to mesh together.
They summon their own demon.
There's a little occultic looking shrine here. And you
Dueling.
also notice that there are burnt offerings which look like they look like parts of a newspaper or something. They're partially burnt up, but you can make out bits and pieces of them. Some of them are like Lucky 7 and some numbers beside it. And then there's another one, Dad's Jolly and Uncle Ernie's and Riverboat. And they look like horse names or boat or car names. And there's numbers by them.
Motherfucker.
and they seem to be burnt offerings to this little bowl. They look like betting. They look like basically race sheets and stuff like that. That be
Who makes a satanic shrine for their gambling?
That's what you got. This is what your notice 21. You can easily put together. My God, there's this demonic shrine for gambling. He was always right, and he made a lot of money gambling.
Just out of curiosity, what was the number for that?
Dude,
He's
he
making
needs like an 18 maybe, but he's like, you know what I mean, like that, or ironically, even though it's a number there, if you said I checked the backs of the closet, then the number drops down to like, if you actually say you're doing that, then the number changes, right? If you know, but
I'm just searching everything for this book.
Yep, you also
It has to be in here somewhere.
You also notice that it's under the bed.
Actually, Mishlof, the reason why I would look at everything is because the book's not actually here anymore.
Well, I'm going to tell you where the book is at the end. That's what I'm saying, because you always stop when you find what you're looking for. That's why it's always the last place you look. I can't find the book
because somebody else has it.
Oh yeah, that's right. So you're going to keep looking.
I literally
You're going to find everything.
So he probably looked in the desk.
So you already looked in the drawer. There's an empty money clip in the drawer and nothing else in there. All right. So you already looked at the drawer. Under the bed, you notice that there is another one of these little wicker circles that's been left under the bed. It seems to have a small rodent skull held together by sinew. Just held in the middle, and it looks like it's not positioned nicely. It looks like it was just flung under the bed.
Why the fuck was I working for this guy?
Get your car back, I thought.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
to be
also,
fair, that's a $100,000 car.
I know. I do not lose racing bets. And he's the only one I lost to.
Now you know.
Why.
Now I know why.
The more you know.
But you don't find the book. So, you guys are heading out to the pool. Do you divert to the greenhouse or continue to the hot tub first and then hook back to the greenhouse on your way back? Both are feasible ideas.
How much time?
Only about half an hour is gone. You got an hour and a half still.
We should cut that down to an hour. Police are very how should I say, inconsistent. Video games. I'm very good at video games.
And I look at him and go, I agree.
I'm gonna go back downstairs if I can't find anything.
You got it.
You can't find anything.
I can't find what I'm looking for.
If there's nothing else to find, I guess I'm done looking.
I'm at least smart enough that I'm gonna put things back the way I found it.
No problem.
So I put the false wall back.
Hopefully he tells us.
I mean, he might not, since he wasn't going to tell us about his bookie thing.
I wasn't gonna tell you about the cars bleeding either. So
I didn't see his name in the book.
Pardon? Yes, you probably would have seen if you did a quick glance. Luxford's last name was in the book.
All right, what was in the book next to his name? Because I probably would have stopped for a second to look.
Quick glance. There was losses, and they weren't directly connected. There was a couple of there seemed to be a couple of losses, right? And then his name was added. Not necessarily that he owed money, but somehow his name was connected to a couple of losses.
Okay. Which doesn't mean anything to me at the moment.
Nope. But it doesn't seem that he seemed to owe him money, yet somehow he owed him money. You know what I mean? There's no listing, this guy owes me, like Luxford owes me this much money. It's just apparently some losses were connected to Luxford.
It's more along the lines of I didn't owe him money, but he was using my car as blackmail to help him do other things.
So, the question was, did you want to hit the hot tub first, or did you want to cut into and then hit the greenhouse on the way back, or vice versa?
Yeah, that's what I think we're doing. We're going to hit the hot tub first and then the greenhouse, or at least that's what I'm doing.
And since William doesn't want to do the greenhouse on its own, and John was already kind of focused on that thing, I think that's the group decision. So, Dean, as you're coming down, these guys are halfway, past the pool area, by a few of the Greek statues and the small little children pissing in the pool, the little, cherub type.
Why do rich people think that this is classy?
And they get to the hot tub, which looks like the
Was I
hot tub.
close enough to hear you say that?
Yeah, I'd say you were just coming back.
Well, some people are just weird and have satanic shrines all over the place too.
Wait,
It
what?
seems like an oddly weird, specifically.
It's gonna be what?
What?
What do you mean?
Nothing.
He may have a flaw that he's role playing quite well right now.
Okay. I continue on to the pool.
Yeah.
Specifically, I'm going to the hot tub, and
Where
I once
were you?
sat there. And also,
that's what
I
you know,
was
but
going to the bathroom.
At the crime
went
scene.
to the bathroom.
Yeah, I had to go.
Dude, all I do is play video games and I had that stupid idea.
poor
I didn't
Veronica's
leave my
got
fingerprints anywhere.
he got like a giant
Like
ass print on it. Sorry, I snorted.
Do
Veronica's
you know
just
how many epithelial cells are in turds?
I didn't take a shit.
what video game has that information in it? Sorry, that would be my question, but
Well, there's that searching game.
that's searching game.
I saw it in AGDQ.
There was CSI.
Oh yeah, there are games. You'd be amazed.
Oh my gosh, my eyes are
I
teared
just
up.
go. Okay, when the police question you, none of us were here.
Of course not. I wasn't even here.
Ah, that's good.
Okay.
That's good. That's good, Lugna. Pat on that. Okay. Oh boy. So yes, you get to the hot tub, which it looks like it has been drained. There are stains of the blood, more forensics, there's some powders, there's a few other little residues in the area, little numbered pieces, of course, where the body was. You're slightly disappointed because, again, you don't see a cool little cutout type thing. You just got a generalized mark and then a bunch of little yellow
Video
things.
games do these things so much better.
Because effectively nowadays they just have a general picture and a lot of it's photography, and they just put the little name, they put the cards in different spots, and that's it. They don't actually do the whole proper chalk outline. And
I also try to go into. I try to check to see if the.
Notice checks now as you guys are searching this particular area. Everybody's here to do notice checks. Now watch how Lugnut goes in this situation.
Question: should I be doing investigation checks?
No, that's for something.
Yeah, investigation is
like,
more for
searching
researching,
or
finding the
library or
like.
something.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Like, yeah.
I mean, it's the same dice for me, so it doesn't.
Okay, so I know you don't see it, but for all of my rolls, if there are traps involved, remember I have a +2.
Yeah. All right. No traps though, but that's actually something I need to know for certain things. But so John, followed by William, and then Dean and Veronica. Fours, and then the first raise, which both William and John get. So fours. You're unable to find anything of note. The people with the first raise, which are both William and John, you both notice there's a weird marking on one of the tiles. Like basically you got the little tile work around the hot tub that kind of blends into the nice tile work, the fake marble, or probably real marble with this guy. But since there's a non-slip coating to it, you don't think it's real marble. But you basically notice that somebody has used a knife or some sort of object, like you know how if you whittle at stone or whatever, they've done a little carving of a mark in one of the tiles that is connected to the rim of the pool. There seems to be some little marks. Police forensics do have a sticker nearby, meaning they did notice something here, but it also looks like a small little symbol, a couple of symbols, and it looks like it could be a word is written, but it looks like the person then applied blood, and the blood dripped through this marker into the pool.
So I'm going to look at Dean, what did you say about a satanic shrine?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, you just said something about one.
No, I didn't. Are you sure you're not confusing with the video game?
I go. No,
Yes.
you definitely mentioned that rich people have
Because
satanic.
you know what's
shrines.
going on here? He doesn't want to get caught for actually not going to the washroom. That's the problem. But I don't think you guys give a damn. but
We might actually be grateful that you didn't actually go to the bathroom, ironically enough.
I know.
Why does it even matter?
Veronica, you might
Because-
want to come over here and take a picture of this, and I'm going to actually point out what we noticed to her.
Mm-hmm.
I go up and I snap.
Does
a
it?
picture? A
Yeah.
couple of pictures.
When he points it out, am I able to know if it looks like any of the symbols in the shrine in the closet?
The symbol, the style, no. You had wicker, sinew, and all that. But the symbols, yes. You see it in that shrine, not at the thing under the bed. But the shrine had some of these symbols
Wait a
on the
minute.
bowl.
Is that a flesh
Point.
column?
Do you say that? I'm at this point, I'm just saying.
I think I do. Like, I'm
Yep.
staring off into the distance. I got my hand out to the side, rubbing my fingers together. Was that a flesh column?
What's a flesh golem?
What?
Well, you know, video games.
It doesn't explain what a flesh golem is.
I don't know. What's a flesh?
Well, the
golem?
thing, it was fleshy and it didn't have skin and it was gross and it was bleeding. Is it a flesh golem?
By the way, if you're taking the picture, now everyone that's studying it, all they need is an notice of 4 to try and make out the word. There is definitely some, there looks like there's some glyphs, some archaic glyphs, but there's definitely a few. There's only a few letters, but there's 3 letters in this glyph. It's not just written under it; it's within the shape of the glyph. There are 3 letters, and we have Flynn's got a 4, so you pass. Is that a new roll? Or is that your old roll? No, that's it. So we got Flynn and Dean both passing. Wow, Dean, you're doing good at noticing stuff. Just saying. And you don't make the letters out. You're mistaking some of them as symbols. And William, you just make 3 letters. T-O-M.
Tom?
Tom.
Like Tom, Dick, and Harry?
Yep. T-O-M. I don't know what else you could spell with it. Mott.
I mean, depends on the language.
Okay, who shin kicked me? What? Puma got shin kicked! Wow,
I actually
man.
thought he was enjoying himself with the.
That's
you know,
disturbing. It was a
the
sex
thing
demon
in the morgue. But,
in a
I mean,
morgue. Hey, that's a kink into its own. Illegal in most states. In all states.
I like how I'm staring off into the sunset, rubbing my fingers together, and I just go, yep.
So I'm as soon as he makes the comment about the flesh golem, I'm gonna say, so they're using symbols for flesh golems and symbols to win gambling, and what the fuck is wrong with these people?
He says that, guys. There you go.
Symbols.
I
To,
thought you went to the bathroom.
Oh, just make it worse.
What do you mean? What do you mean win?
I think you found something in the house that didn't involve a bathroom.
No, I went to the bathroom. Definitely went to the bathroom.
So there was a satanic shrine
I just
in the bathroom.
No,
with
I
wicker
happened to go
didn't say
into
the
the
wicker.
master bedroom. When I went to the bathroom, I went to the master bathroom because it's so much nicer in there.
It is, actually.
And then I
Have you
thought,
seen it? It's got a hot tub at the far end. It's got a
I thought
stand-up
I'd take a
shower.
look around. So I looked in one of the closets and I bumped into stuff and there was a false wall.
Which closet?
Okay,
The
well,
one
we better
closest
go. We should.
the
we
one
should
that
go
closest
check
to the
this out.
bedroom.
That's your reaction because remember you felt the blood and the skin on you and all that when you were in
Right.
that closet.
and behind the false wall there was like a shrine and it had like gambling tickets and stuff on it and horses' names and
Cars and
this-
boats because he gambled on
pretty
anything.
much pretty much anything that you can race to and gamble on, and
That's how he made his money.
that's how we got my fucking car.
Some people are so
That's the
shady.
first
What?
honest thing out of your mouth. I know. Unprovoked, but
What do you mean how
I
I got
thought
your
you
car?
worked for him.
I work for him now.
How did it get your car?
I don't lose bets because I may or may not tweak my vehicles before I race, but I don't lose when I race.
I thought you were
And
just a
I
driver.
lost to him.
hey, now you know he's a pretty good driver. Then maybe.
You did?
He is the
Are
only
you
one
sure
I
you
lost.
lost to him?
I lost to his bet. And
Was
he
your
got
bet
my-
that you would win?
No,
I'm
He bet-
confused.
against me, and I never lose a race. And the one time he bet against me is the one time I lost, and he got my car out of it.
If you say so.
Actually,
Now
actually,
I'm stuck fucking working for
actually,
this guy.
you can say also, Dean, whether your character realizes that he did lose money beforehand before he caught on, but you may not. Your character may not be aware of that, though. That's the thing I just realized. But yeah, I
That's
don't
the
know if your
only
character-
bet I know of
Yeah.
from him.
yeah, okay,
But he has my car. He's
See, but
using
that
that
bet
to
wasn't in the
blackmail
book,
me
so
into
I don't know about that.
yeah, exactly.
He has my car. He blackmailed me into working for him so I can get my car back. And yeah, I fix his cars.
He's dead.
Yeah, I know. That's why I wanted my car back.
You mean you fix the cars?
Now I fix his cars.
Oh, all right then.
He doesn't use those cars for racing.
I'm gonna
Um,
nudge Veronica on the
just-
shoulder.
yeah.
You got what I mean, didn't you?
I did.
He doesn't use those cars for racing.
He's gone. Yeah, it's all good. Sorry.
I basically was just like, okay, so we should probably finish up here. Some of you should go
Where's
check
the
out the greenhouse. I'm gonna go take some pictures of that shrine, I guess.
You want to go by yourself to the Satanic Shrine?
I went by myself and I'm perfectly fine.
Why did you go by yourself?
Because I had to take a piss.
I don't believe you.
So, John, how are you doing?
I'm sitting back, kind of chuckling with
Flipping the
going
gun.
on, flipping my gun, whirling it.
Nobody else here has a camera on them, do they?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
The phone goes back into the inner pocket. Who's got a phone? Technically, who's got a
I
camera
have
of
that
quality?
I have that old flip phone that doesn't have a camera.
Nokia.
It's a burner phone. And I called the
Wait,
I called for the
You're
police
still
commissioner
using the
outfit.
burner phone he gave you over a month ago? Yeah, haven't got a bill for it yet.
Burner phone anymore.
I know. It's kind of your regular phone until you get rid of it. I'm just.
It's a burner phone, and I called to get a hold of the the police commissioner outfit.
So is the
He made
how's the,
But guys, he's really good at driving. Okay.
where's the
Hey, I'm
filter
not that
stuff for the
stupid. I
phone?
just don't know how the police work.
Yeah.
I avoid them.
Yeah, he knows how to go faster than the police.
And that's all that matters.
Do the filter and stuff and all the gear for the pool and the hot tub look fine?
Do another notice on that if you're actually going after that gear.
Yeah, well, I was looking to go into the shed where
Yep.
the pump would be and all that stuff. So
Holy crap! Who got the dice rolls this time? All right, it's
Me.
notice. Alrighty. You got 4 is all you needed for this, but I'm gonna go extra there. It looks like everything's been disturbed. Veronica, I don't know if John or Dean, you guys want to be checking the pool little room out or not. Yeah, you don't care that. Rabbit, you can tell that the police have gone through here, and they were the ones to disturb everything. Some of the tools have been checked, the filters have been checked. It looks like they've gone through the equipment to figure out where the blood, is there any containers or tank. Basically, with your 14, you can tell that they were going through everything to try and figure out how the blood was brought in, if there's any trace of what bucket or whatever was brought with the blood, or did it come through the piping, or that. So that looks like that's what they've done. They've gone through the area. They've taken pictures and all that stuff as well. But an investigative team did come into this area, and there's no blood in the pool room, and there's not that much blood at all outside here. Just a few bits on the tiles.
Hold on a second. There's no blood in the filters.
Nope. Oh, sorry. The filter's currently in there, yes, because they drained the pool.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I just realized, But the filter's
that
in
would
the
be
pool
weird
shed.
because, right?
Yeah, sorry. Those
Because I was going to be like, all the blood in the pool would have gone through the filters.
Yeah. So the regular filters. Yeah, sorry. I pictured for some reason I pictured the filters that are sitting in the pool. No, those they're cool. They haven't been used yet. Of course, because
The extra filters are fine.
Yeah, exactly. But there's not that much blood on the tiles either. There's just a few traces of a slight foot skid as it moved quickly across the tiles. There's no blood in the tiling. There's no blood in the pool shed. There's no, basically, if you look at the house, there's a lot of blood, yet none of the idea that there's no huge surrounding of blood as he moved across the tiles outside. There seems to be only inside that this blooding thing happened, the amount of heavy blood. Okay. And it moved quickly.
So after just snapping pictures of everything there, I head towards the master bedroom.
Yep.
As
you guys follow?
I suggest to John that maybe he should go check out the greenhouse, just so that we can use our time more efficiently.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, she is logically given a reason to split up the party.
As she goes to go back inside, I'm just gonna whisper to her, if you find a little black book, can I have it?
He's talked about racing debts, that he got in trouble, and now he's asking you if you find a black book. It's all coming together, I think, Veronica.
Yeah, it's clicking a little bit. I just kind of
Did I hear that?
Yep. Well, actually, that would be a notice, which is that what that roll was for?
Yep.
Yeah, you kind of, he did whisper, but you kind of start listening a little bit because you're interested and curious yourself. So yeah, he picked up that he's looking for that book.
All right then.
Okay, I'm gonna head over to
in there. What?
Head
Nothing?
over to the greenhouse and check out the greenhouse.
So William and John, you guys walk into the greenhouse. First thing you notice is a reek of a metallic or coppery-like stink inside this house. The door, you got a glass house, so when it opens, you get this very close sensation. Yep, a very strong stench.
But blood is an iron, not a copper.
Coppery. Sorry. Well, it actually has a coppery type smell though, and stuff like.
It has a coppery smell and taste.
Yeah. So
it doesn't make sense.
I know, but just like everything else tastes like chicken. All right, including snake and gator. Just saying. All right. So you're in there, and the first thing you get, and of course because it's a greenhouse and the windows and everything's being closed, there's a bit of humidity that is just washed over, which is meaning there's still being some moisture or whatever in here. So even if there hasn't been people tending, but everything is wilted and dead. You can see rows of tomato plants, you can see some flowers, you can see some other little organics, like a little herb garden and all that kind of stuff. But everything is wilted and basically super dry and brittle. And what were these rolls here? The first one noticed was you, John, right?
Yep.
And then the other one again. Alrighty. All the liquid is being sucked out of these plants, William, with your notice. With your 4, you notice that there are containers of water and other things around here. There seems to be an automated system, but all the containers are dry, as if all the liquid's being sucked out of here. Meanwhile, with you notice even more that not only is the liquid missing from the buckets, all the plants, the dirt is dusty almost. It's like every ounce of moisture is being sucked out of a greenhouse. And with a 17, you also notice that there is a large section of plants that have been disturbed and knocked over, and there is like a mound about 7 feet long and about 3.5 feet wide of dirt.
That sounds like a body. Look, I don't want to be here. I play video games.
So, is this what you're vocalizing at this moment?
Yes, this is what I'm vocalizing.
Okay, John, the buckets are empty. It has an eerie sense. You're unaware of the 7-foot patch of dirt about 3.5 feet wide, and he's making those comments. I don't want to be here. This is bad.
This is not my job. This
Well,
is not what I
I'm
do.
just thinking, you know,
I'd
our
like to
bodies are made up
sign
of
for this
mostly
job.
water,
Yep.
and all the water's been sucked out of this place. I don't want to enter this greenhouse.
Oh, you guys have walked in to see this, and the
Okay.
door's shut behind you.
Wait,
The door's shut
What?
behind you.
like automatically?
They're shut
Like-
behind you.
Did John shut the door?
Nope.
Like, did my gun just magically appear in my hand and I'm pointing at the door?
Yep, that just happened apparently. As you basically look at this locked door. Then you hear the sound of one of the clay plant pots fall and hit the ground behind you guys, close to the area where the 7-foot patch of dirt was.
This is not my job.
Meanwhile,
Okay, well, at this point in time,
Yep.
you know, the shotgun's in hand.
yep.
Question. I didn't go with Veronica to go back up to the room. I'm still down by the pool.
Did you follow these guys to the greenhouse, or did you go back up to the spot with Veronica? Because you guys did follow up to the house, and then they split off.
I
Veronica-
followed up to the house, but as she went to go
Yep.
inside, I stopped and turned, and then the other guys weren't standing there anymore.
Yeah, they headed off to the greenhouse. So you're outside then, and you can see there's a greenhouse. They went into the greenhouse, and the door shut when they went into the greenhouse, and Veronica's gone up. That's what you currently
What
see.
type of material is the door made of?
Glass with metal
Like I said,
supports.
Shotguns in hand, blasting through the.
Yeah, fuck this shit, I'm out. I'm doing the same thing with the other door, just pop, pop, pop.
So, all right, Dean, you literally you're sitting there. Okay, she's heading into the house. They just went to a greenhouse. You kind of look over. You see the door shut. And next thing you know, the shotgun goes off. Veronica, shotgun goes off. That's a clear sound. Then a pistol goes off, and the sound is shattering.
What you hear from my pistol?
Oh, that's right. You don't hear anything.
You might hear tunk tunk tunk.
John
But I
may
have
hear tunk,
subsonic-
tunk, tunk. Yeah.
Yeah, John might hear it because
Yeah.
I have a suppressor and subsonic round.
Now you know your guns. Video game guy has just got a subsonic silenced pistol that he's just fired to take out the door. Meanwhile, your shotgun really did all the work. He's just exposed that he's got a silenced subsonic round pistol for a video game guy.
Oh, he'd already seen it. It was already out.
Oh, then I may have made this comment earlier, but now it's guaranteed. He may have been distracted at the time, but yeah. So the door shatters open. You still got the metal frame that's locked.
As
And
soon
broken
as I
glass
hear-
now through all the holes.
As soon as I hear the shotgun, I just go, "Oh my god!" I run into the master bedroom.
Oh, wait,
I
wait, wait,
find
wait,
the
wait, wait.
shrine.
I thought they were glass doors.
Yeah,
If they're
but
not
there's-
glass doors, I'm not shooting it.
They are glass
it's
doors,
a
but they've got a metal
double
frame, like the outer edge where the lock connects and all that
But
stuff.
there's also phrasing in between them.
Correct.
Then I wouldn't have done that.
But you still would have shot with your shotgun, correct?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm shattering the glass.
Yep.
with
The glass is all shattered. The metal buckles a
Don't
little
do
bit.
that. Stop. I'll just unlock it. Do with that thing. When I-
Do
when I run
that
out the door,
thing. Do you do
I've
that?
already-
too?
I've already dealt with something like that before.
So, excuse me. He just said.
I
"Do
need
that
you
thing."
to keep it off my tail while I unlock this door, okay? Because you're not getting through this door.
I'm just gonna ask a quick question.
Yeah.
Am I in like a line between them and the door, and then me?
No. If you take a look at that layout, you could actually be in the middle. To you, as you're looking at the house, on your right-hand side is the door where Veronica went into the house. On your left-hand side is the side of the house and the greenhouse. So you're right in the middle. Bang, shotgun's gone off there, and
I'm gonna walk over to the door.
Which door?
To the greenhouse door.
No problem. It's got a slight buckle to it and shattered broken glass all around.
I want to try to open it from the outside.
I need you to roll. So, first off, as thing is starting to slow down, time seems to be breaking up a little bit. We have William is now going to approach the door to try and work on the lock. Dean, from the other side, is trying to approach to try and open the door that seems to have taken some slight buckling damage. And John, he made the comment, you deal with that thing. Now, first off, you aren't aware of a thing, but he says, you deal with the thing behind us. What are you doing? Are you still facing the door, getting ready to... You got one shotgun blast left, and you've got your full clip of pistol. Yep. So the question is, what are you doing? I need to know your position in this next round.
I'd turn around to see, what's behind us.
No problem.
He wants to know what that thing is.
All right. You look around, you see the dirt has fallen off, and you see a cloddy body. It's it, with mud stuck to its body and blood starting to seep, causing all the dirt to just drip off its body as the blood starts to build up. As the blood starts to build up, you see some of the humidity on the glass start to just disappear around him. And you start to feel a little lightheaded.
Okay. Another shotgun blast to its face.
No problem. I just need you to roll. The target number is a simple 4 for your shooting. Face shot would make it the 6. 6 for the head, 4 to hit the main mass. Oh, I saw 17 from earlier. There we go. 9. So yes, headshot. You shoot it smack into the head. It does that whole back arc, and its feet literally are seen in the air as it falls off the table and smashes down to the ground. You still see its feet and calf muscles smack down as it fell on its head and fell right off the table with that shotgun blast.
Okay,
meanwhile, hold
popping
on.
Open the shotgun to reload.
Yep. All right. Dean, I need you to just do a simple agility check, target number 4. Okay, you got exploding dice. No problem. You easily avoid all the broken pieces of glass that you could accidentally cut yourself on and access the door. It seems to be damaged or slightly broken or something. It doesn't seem to have an easy answer to open it, and with the fragments of glass around you, it's kind of awkward to work with. Rabbit, I need you to make a target number 4 agility check as you try to work the lock with all the broken glass. No problem either, guys. These rolls, if you had caused a bit of blood to fall right now, it could be detrimental.
It's good to know.
Good to know. As you just sense the importance of all this broken glass, right? And your target number to open this lock is normally a 6, but there's a +2 to the damage, so it's pushed up to an 8 on the lock. Lugnut, you could try and use your strength, but that would involve a tighter grip, which has a greater chance of cutting yourself on the glass.
I'm using a thing.
A beanie?
Yep.
You got it. There we go. I see an exploding die.
Done.
You got it. So you've got the lock. It's been damaged, but you don't think it's just a shotgun blast. It just feels like the metal was wedged in there as you kind of pried that free.
So, if that doesn't... I'm not... the fuck? So the door's open.
Yep, door's at this point. Hey, you're trying. The door doesn't seem to be working. Oh, now it's working. No problem, Dean. You got it open. Good job, Dean. Door is open. Veronica, you're coming down now. You see the door opening.
I know. I didn't go down to there. I ran into the master bedroom.
Yeah.
Found the shrine, took pictures, grabbed the thing that was on the shrine, put everything back.
Which one? The little wicker circle or the little bowl? The bowl's got the markings similar to on the pool. The other thing is a wicker thing that doesn't seem to connect with, like, it doesn't have the same looks as the bowl does. So
I didn't check under the bed because I wasn't
Yep.
told that there was anything there. So I grabbed the wicker thing.
Yeah, and the bowl, or just, you could grab both.
Just the wicker thing.
Just the
Because
wicker
like
Yep.
I look at so much. I put everything else back after I've taken pictures. Hopefully I noticed the rope going out the window.
Notice check. Target number... Because, yeah, I'd say target number 4 as you were coming into the... No, you were directed somewhere, so it would be a 6.
Okay, so I didn't
You can
notice
do a
it.
beanie to do a reroll. The reason it's a 6 is you came in focused for the closet, and now there's shotgun blasts going up, so you're not that focused, so
Okay.
it's a little tougher, so it's a 6 that you
Yeah,
need to
I'm gonna
notice
use
it.
a beanie.
Yeah.
No, still don't
No.
notice it.
Yeah.
Could I
So you-
make an observation?
What observation do you mean?
Well,
Yeah.
the rope in the window would actually be pretty obvious because there's a marking and the window's open and there's a rope.
And it's the
And-
window closest
And
to the
it's
closet.
the window closest
To the
where she's
closet.
walking into.
I would agree. No, you have a good enough point that, yeah, because I forgot you got the little yellow marker, and it would have been en route, so the 4 would have been good enough. So, yes.
Okay.
That
gonna
also,
look at-
I'll just let you know, that means there's
Yeah.
a rope and evidence that someone was breaking in that same night. But
I
that's a side note.
I do mentally note that.
I just play video games.
Like
Uh,
thief and
I
Thief is not very realistic, alright, guys?
there's no water arrows. Sorry.
No.
I check to make sure the rope is like
Oh,
sturdy.
it's pretty snug.
Yeah, and then I immediately just like I go down it.
You go down the rope area.
Oh
you
no.
This is not a wise idea, but I'm doing it.
You need actually climbing and swimming are 2 separate skills. If you don't have climbing, then it's just an unskilled rappel down the rope.
Nope.
Alrighty. Yeah. So I need a second roll for vigor, please.
What's this one? I'm gonna beanie.
Yep, you got it.
Can I beanie her beanie?
I think you can, if need be, because I don't have to express how close she is to the greenhouse and how a critical roll right now may not be the best thing ever.
I'm gonna beanie a beanie.
All right. Hey, you can make another roll for that vigor. Oh, exploding dice. You fall on your keister, but you fall after a good 5 feet, so you only drop about 10 feet or so and hit on the ground. You don't take any real... You're stunned a little bit, but we're not in a proper combat initiative, so you can shake that shaken little element, but you took no real damage in the fall. That was the real thing. The thing was, if you got a critical, it wouldn't really be falling in the glass. It would actually be if you criticaled your climbing fail. But you criticaled your fall, that would be broken bone type of thing, right? Oh man, you broke the tailbone? That's the worst fracture ever. No.
That's
But,
right up there with the femur.
Yeah. Ow. Ugh. Out of all I've broken is the 5th metacarpal. See, you know when you've broken a bone, and you know the medical term for that bone.
When I get up and I finish.
Okay, so this is all kind of happening. So the door's open. You guys burst out, right? Because you're not really staying in there too much longer, I'm guessing. And at the same
No, but I
time,
turned around and
do you make a noise when you fall? You might want to do a spirit check. That's your as you fall type of thing. Spirit check, target number 4, and you didn't make a noise. You just fell gracefully. Yeah, you fell gracefully. You're like, oh shit, thud. Okay, I'm okay. No one noticed.
Probably not the first time I've fallen out a window.
As the door opens, I'm gonna ask, what the hell are you guys shooting a door open for?
And that point in your peripheral vision, Dean, you see someone fall out a window. And meanwhile, you guys see his vision go, and you hear that thud. And you're like, oh. Meanwhile, William, without turning around, you can kind of guess what just happened.
I'm aware of what's over there.
I mean, it's also a greenhouse, so the walls are, although not
There's a
perfectly
gap. If you
see-through,
notice, there's plenty of a gap to. But yeah.
they would be somewhat see-through.
It depends on what type of material they're using. Some is
Off-colored
that-
on the lower part, but yeah.
that like plasticky stuff.
Well, I always think of the 7-Up
That's-
bottle green
that's-
type of thing that I've seen.
Yeah.
But anyways,
That's
point
not shit.
being, it's not gotten up. Since the shotgun blast, it fell in and it hasn't gotten itself up. You can't see the feet or legs anymore because of your positioning unless you go back inside to look.
Fuck no. I am holding my gun pointed in that direction, though.
Yep. By the way, Veronica, you see that he's got a very unique looking pistol. That looks like it's silenced.
I don't really know anything about guns, so
You see he's got a
I'm gonna-
pistol with a long barrel.
If he's
For a video game
if he's
player.
pointing his gun, and
Yeah.
I'm assuming John's still pointing some.
Oh
sort of
yeah,
thing
I think he's
that way.
reloaded his shot.
I'm gonna
Actually, he's
pull
reloaded
mine
his
out.
shotgun at this point.
I'm gonna pull mine out from the middle of my lower back and start pointing. I'm like, what the fuck are we aiming at?
Veronica, do you not pull out your not gun?
I don't have a gun.
I know.
I just go.
She
Meanwhile,
pulls
we
out her
cut
tape
back.
recorder.
We cut back to Betty's desk with the 4-shot 38. That could have been your pistol, because we know how well the bullets are working.
You know what? I would
At the
probably.
moment,
take
they
my
seem to be
chances
working
with my
well.
brass knuckles. Uh,
Okay,
but
I mean,
I just go.
as
"Cool,
a
what did
backup
you
to
do
my
here?"
2 guns, I also have a bang stick. Which uses
Oh, okay,
shell
yeah.
also. That also uses a shotgun shell. So
Yeah, that's a single-use thing, though. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that might be interesting at delaying.
It- it
Delay.
can-
The
it
term
can be
delaying.
reloaded. It can be reloaded.
Ooh, werewolf in a military base. Sorry, guys, that would be a cool moment. By the way, this random chart of location and creature, as a DM, I might actually use for you guys for one of your next missions. Randomly roll creature and a location for stuff.
I look at everybody and go, "Come on, we got to get out of here." Why the hell did you shoot your gun?
What did you do?
Somebody,
I was shooting
What did
at
you
that.
do?
somebody shot a
no,
gun.
what
We
did
gotta
you do?
go.
Are
She
you
went
saying
to
what
take
do
a
you do? Who are
picture.
you saying what do you
What did
do
you
to
do?
it?
Sure.
I took
Things
pictures of
not
the
moving. What did you-
shrines.
What did you do?
What do you mean? What did I do?
The thing's not moving. What did you do?
I shot it in the face.
No. That doesn't make any sense. You shot it in the chest repeatedly the other time.
Wait, what?
I shot it in the face with a shotgun.
You did that before and it got up and walked away. I watched it.
Wait, what?
Exactly.
No reason.
Dean's the one picking up on this.
How did
Nowhere.
We can talk
Nowhere.
about this later. Let's
Video
get out of
games.
here.
At
The
this
cops
point,
are
The
almost on their
whole
way. I'm
10-foot long table does a table flip. All the pots and plants shatter as something's just flipped the entire table and all its contents in the area where the thing was last seen.
The cops can't come back to this. They'll die.
I'm not going to stay here and fight. And,
I don't
and
know
die
that we
with
can kill it.
cops. We got to get to Betty. We got to show
gonna
her the
turn
pictures of the
to-
shrines.
To Video Game Boy and say, how do you get rid of this if it's a flesh golem then?
At
There's
this point,
something- it's a
something pounces like a spider. The thing leaps up and suddenly is on the roof of the garden, and then with its arms and legs splayed off to the sides and blood starting to drip off of it, making a mud with the dirt on its body, it crawls across the ceiling towards you guys.
I don't know. In video games, when there's a golem or some sort of lich or something like that, you have to kill and break the thing that's called like a phylactery, or the base part, or the thing that they use to create it.
Well, I pull out the wicker thing
Flesh.
from the shrine. You mean like this?
That's no.
Can I?
It's a
Can I
flesh
put it back?
golem, not a stick golem.
Okay,
What
guys.
creates a flesh golem?
At this point, you just see now. Do you have like? We should actually give you video game lore, or right now I would say you get a die 4 because we're gonna work this in. I need you to do a die 4 roll to come up with D&D concepts right now. I'm not saying it's the correct concept, but I want to give you some ammunition to work with here. I want you to, if you can, spend points in that direction because it's something about your character that seems to be needed to be developed. What you get?
All right, I got a 2.
A 2? Yeah. Nothing comes to mind right now. But you know what I mean? Like, right now, everything's going through your head. Biggest thing that comes to your head is we need a +1 weapon or
Hold
better.
on a second.
That's the only advice you get.
What would be the trait for video game knowledge?
It would be a knowledge. Knowledge comes under smarts.
Smarts. Okay, then
I will allow...
2.
Yeah.
Nope, it's a 2.
Yeah,
It's totally
Destiny's... So you know that we need a +1 weapon or better. You don't think that's going to help?
To run away.
So anyways, this thing is just crawling, and it's just crawling right across, causing my headset to fall off, right across the roof of this thing. The doors are still open.
Close the
Okay.
doors.
Who
Do I
closes the
see
door
the
quicker?
wicker thing?
Oh yeah, you see this thing leap up. It's flipped the table.
No,
it's
the wicker thing that she's holding.
Yep, she's got the wicker thing.
Okay.
But it was locked before.
So anyways,
How do
this
I-
thing is rushing at you guys. Time is boiling down. The doors are
Just
still
close
open.
the door. Just close the door.
Who closes the door? You do?
I do.
I need that agility check. Don't roll lower than a 4, or else you cut yourself on the glass. Beanie. And a beanie. We're not gonna have. And Dean's
No,
throwing you
I
a
already
beanie.
Okay, I
The beanies are going nuts. You know my
There we
DM's
go.
beanies
Solved
are
it.
building it? Okay. I got so many beanies now. Sorry. Oh my god. So there's a brief flash of you go, no. And that one cartoon-like droplet of blood. No. Sorry. Well, that didn't happen, thank goodness.
Wait.
No, we see that. I flip a coin, it disappears, and then the blood just goes backwards,
It goes
and
right-
then it reaches.
Yep. Were you able to do it? So you're shutting the door. All right, without cutting yourself.
All right.
All right, and it closes. It gets to the door, whoom, and it literally does the whole stop, and it just flipped the table, but it's not like hissing at you. And the door, it's just at the door.
It's like a salt circle.
A what?
A salt circle. It's like, it's a protection type of spell.
I know what it is in real life, but
I know.
So what creates a flesh golem?
Necromancer.
Do you say the salt thingy? All
Yes.
right. I need people with smarts. I need a smarts roll on people here. Smarts roll target number is going to be 6.
Everyone?
Veronica, close.
Or just the
Dean!
person-
All
everyone?
right, Dean! Sorry.
Oh.
how's
Oh,
that?
and John. There we go. Earlier, Betty mentioned a comment about bullets. One type of thing, as you look at the metal frame of this greenhouse, the metal frame looks like it's made out of wrought iron.
Hey, that's what my shotgun shells is made out of.
No,
Is
I
it?
don't. You have regular bullets in that one. Sorry, it's lead.
Darn it.
Question:
at this point,
If
I'm
that
like,
thing
"Come on,
came out of the
we
water in the
go."
pool,
So, anyways, it's hissing. The gate is closed.
The fireplace. There's a fireplace in the house.
Yes.
Is there
Yes.
a... I'm running.
Yep, you're running. You got it.
Running.
All right. So he's like, wait, did you have the intelligence to do it?
Yes, I
you
did. I
Yeah,
got
I was just
11.
double checking. So everybody, sadly, but Veronica. I'm sorry, Veronica. You had
That's
the better
okay.
die roll too. I mean, you had the beanies are being burnt. But all of a sudden, does anyone say this out loud? Even Dean's going, wrought iron.
wait a minute.
No, instead of saying things, I'm running.
All right, yeah, I know. You're running back into the house.
You're running, and I'm going. Wait a minute, and then I'm taking off and running.
And John, what about you? You
Are
have
there
the-
iron?
These two guys have ran off. Yep.
Okay, so I'm recognizing this as iron. I did have the highest smarts roll,
Yep.
so it's like okay.
Garden
Anything
implements
else
may, not guaranteed. A hoe
What about
or a spade.
tire irons?
Pardon?
Tire irons and stuff from
Yep.
the garage.
Tire iron.
I'm heading to the
sometimes, but you might have a high chance of it. Yeah. With tire iron, yeah.
And I'm going to tell Veronica, you need to follow me. We need to get iron.
Get out of here!
Come on. Wait, I'm trying to think. So, two guys go running off towards the house. Meanwhile, the other two people run down between the thing, right? Between the greenhouse. Well, John's running between the greenhouse and the house. Hey, John, there's a rope on the side here, by the way. And they're heading to the... Well, he's heading to the garage. So, Veronica, your choice is to stand here and argue a point, or run with John, or run with the other two guys that are running into the house. All three people are running. and not running away. Well, they technically look like they're running away. So far it looks like they've all got the right idea. Which one of the people that seem to have the right idea are you chasing after? He did say come after me.
I'm going to start running away, proper running away.
With John? Because he just said come with me, as he's kind of saying, you know, and then he said something about iron, but...
Well, towards the front of the house is the way that I'm going to run.
So the quickest way would actually be between the greenhouse and the house. I'm wrestling with a cat, by the way, if people are wondering why I'm suddenly half a picture. Alright. And not a Celtic creature from hell that's only half a man. Alright, anyways. So you're running with him, and then he's made some comment of iron, which gives you an extra reroll on that target number. He gives you a chance of a reroll as he mentioned the word iron. That looks good. I see exploding as boom, wrought iron comes to your mind as well. The house may be made of it.
Okay, I just go. That's like, in my mind, like we are on a information gathering
yes
mission.
Yep.
Like we are not here to solve the problem. We are here to figure out how to solve the problem. So I'm still like, we need to go. The cops, like, they're coming.
Actually, you've got half an hour William time, an hour normal time.
But also we had gunshots fired in what it's supposed to be.
No, just one shotgun shell.
Yeah, 2 shotgun shells.
2 shotguns. One at the door and one at the creature.
You know, out of all the weapons, guess what is the most concussive sounding?
Right, but at the same time, we are far enough away from other people.
You're out in upstate New York. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we're in a place where that sound wouldn't be suspicious.
Quail hunting. It's the fall. I might be wrong on quails in fall. But
quails, bird hunting, that's for sure.
Yeah. Because it's a shotgun blast, too.
I mean, you use a shotgun for duck hunting, too.
Yeah.
And
I'm sorry, all I got was... who gets this? For duck hunting?
No,
get that.
I'm not that old.
You get it because...
You're the video game guy. You need to get it.
I know I got it. I was making a joke. I am that old.
I know.
I'm not. I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Google Nintendo Duck Hunt. All right, that's, you know.
The original Nintendo.
I do have to right a wrong here, though. So, I mean,
Yep. So you're running into there. You guys both run into the kitchen. Sorry, you run into the main area where the fireplace is. There's a poker, and there's also there's another item that kind of looks like the cube bridge that you have if you're playing pool and you need that little bridge tool. There's another piece of iron that seems to have that kind of a thing to it.
Take them both.
At this point, you notice that Dean's coming running up. At this point, it comes down to agility rolls between the two of you to see who gets to the oven first. I mean, the fireplace first. All right, so Willem, you are the first one there. You see Dean's just right on your tail. I take it you were running to the fireplace as well, right, Dean? Or are you just following William because he was running?
I just figured we needed something iron, so I ran into the house. When he started going for a specific spot, I went.
Oh, that's
these there two. I'll give him the other one.
Yep, that's what I'm saying.
Both.
Yep. So you guys get that. John irks into the vehicle area. There's the toolkit and a few other things. Someone's got police tape over it and all that kind of thing. I don't think you care, but you can see that there's a tire iron that you can grab there.
When I notice he didn't follow me, I like stop and I just go, ah!
So yeah, you're like, all right.
Turn around and like I go try to find them.
You got it. Did you ever play, I think, what was it called, Bayou Billy? I think it had a pistol part too. Oh, yeah, because Nintendo had like 2 or 3. This was a light gun pistol that they had back in the day that really, depending on the brightness of your room, it was kind of, yeah. But, getting back to this, as basically, Veronica, do you run back? Because now you can see John with a tire iron heading back. William, Dean, they're heading back, and we're getting perfect for a cliffhanger to edit. Do you, Veronica, follow back with them then?
Yeah. Well, I see what's going on, and I'm like, why are we gonna fight it?
You guys go running back, and everything about your philosophy seems to go to hell as you notice that the door to said garden is open, and there's no sign of the creature. And we will pause right there Everybody, next week we continue.
Where did everyone leave?
Plus, it looks like the door was unlocked and opened. So as amazing as that wrought iron idea may have been, he opened it somehow. At the same time,
I'm
he
just
also
still
locked
confused
it.
on what if it was laying on, like on a table or something. What the fuck locked it on you guys?
And Dean, pat on the shoulder.
Do you remember? No, I mean, do you remember that moment where I said, "Fuck, this isn't my job. This isn't what I do." What the
Actually,
fuck is going on?"
technically, this is now your job because this is what we're getting paid for.
This is what you do.
No, I'm hired for my expertise.
Which is not.
Involves locking doors.
Did you sign the papers?
But no,
I signed up. I signed the papers to use my expertise.
I think the best quote comes from Ghostbusters, again from Ernie Hudson. Is there a steady paycheck involved? I'll believe anything. All right, everybody. This has been a great session, but this is a perfect spot to pause it as everyone's back, armed with iron, to an opened greenhouse and no creature, and the creature is somewhere. Roll initiative! And we will see you guys next week. Hope you've enjoyed. That has been Ellie playing the investigator.
I mean, I'm kind of charging with a spear, so.
Oh yeah, you probably are still going to be. You're going to be like 3 or 4 steps because you're about to run into the thing. And no, I don't want to go back in there. You'll use it as a little pole vault to stab into the tile work to stop your motion. No, I'm not going in there. No, but we have Ellie that's been playing Veronica Flynn, who is our investigative reporter. We have John Earp, the former bodyguard, that is played by Puma. William Scott, our video game player, played by Vitrabbit. And then we have Lugnut playing Dean Luxford, our driver. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed, and next week at this time we will be continuing. Also, depending on how things go, we might have the beginning of Book 3 this Saturday or next Saturday. I will tweet it. We're still not too sure if it's this coming Saturday or next. It's when everybody's available. We'll be starting the last of our trilogy for our Saturday Starships and Sorcery D&D game. Thank you very much for watching, everyone, and everyone have a great night. This is where I do the casual button press that should have actually just ended the stream, but it didn't. So, this is it, guys. And I press. There we go. I'm a pro. Have a great night, everyone.
Hashtag pro streamer.
Pro streamer. Hashtag. Have a good one. Take care. And Eric, thank you very much for popping in as well. Thank you. Take care, everyone.